Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Air. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. I need to check something real quick. Let me take a look here. Let me see. Yes, yes, yes. We want. First off, for this moment, go ahead and do that. Yes, that good. And make sure to do that as well. And go back over to here. Bada big boom. Bang. And aw. Aw. Ah. Ah. Uh-huh. Aha! I am back. Greetings and welcome back, Wolfpack. A pleasure and honor to be able to stream for you once again. And now he shows up as streaming. What up, Spartan? What up, T1 Uzzy? What up, Captain Crazy? And what up, Platinum Maple? Welcome in, everyone just joining. I certainly hope that you are all having a wonderful day today. And also, let me make sure to give T1 Uzzy a proper shout out as well. Hope you're doing good there, brother. Hope you've been doing some. Hope you've been getting some good Fortnite plays. Also, a Final Fantasy card game? We will get into it, Captain. Do not worry. But yes, welcome back, Wolfpack. A pleasure and honor to be able to stream for you once again. I certainly hope that you are all having a wonderful day today, and I certainly hope that you guys are having a wonderful week. I have some interesting news to share with you as we begin our just a little bit of starting chat, just chatting stream. But for a little bit of context, I'm sure a lot of you may very well not know what exactly we're going to be covering today. It is I'm basically going to be talking about a long since forgotten card game starting us off today. And then we're going to be jumping into some Final Fantasy themed cards. I don't want to spoil too much, mostly because you guys probably already know what that is. But, today, I've actually got some really good news to share with you guys, because thanks to my efforts in trying to learn some of these stuff in terms of my work and learning the material and all, I actually have been able to get enough time now to where I believe I can actually start streaming on Wednesdays again. So, look forward to potentially the return with the collaborations with Mecha Omega and Dakar Line, and let's go. That's at least first thing on the docket. Second thing is, we are going to be playing we're going to be basically playing two different card games today. First off is going to be a game called Chaotic. Those of you who may know the show back in the day, whenever 4Kids TV was still around, feeling old yet, may very well have seen or heard of this card game in the past. For those of you who do not know about the card game, though, I will be more than happy to try and tell you as much as I can remember, if not what I know about the show and the card game itself. And we are actually, thanks to let me get a little closer for you guys real quick here. Thanks to the loyal fan base for the game that has been basically keeping the game alive for so many years. There's a fan version of the game that's available to play, and we're gonna be going over it today. Don't you worry. We're gonna be checking it out, and there is quite a number of different things that we can check out with the game as well. So be sure to get your pen and pencil out to take notes because it's gonna be a lot of information about the game. And finally, as was already mentioned, we are also going to be checking out some card game, an additional card game that involves Final Fantasy. Um, let's just say that I know some of you who may already play the game are going to want to either challenge me or may very well just want to see what kind of deck I create. So, we've got a lot to cover today, and it's all going to be very fun. But first, we are going to need to switch over real quick. Give me 1 second. Because for the first part of the stream, it's basically just going to be a nice little bit of chill. For those of you who don't know about this, make sure to put links in my Discord. Oh, do not worry. I will share links everywhere. I will make sure to share links for what we're going to be going over today, both in live stream chat, but also on the Discord, and also providing links probably at the post stream, because I want... not only do I want to see more people know about this game and try it out, but I also want to help the people who helped to create this fan-made game. I want to make sure that this actually gets some freaking presence, because it's really freaking cool. Also, welcome in there, Eternal. Welcome in. Yes, you are awake. You are early, my friend. You are early. I remember watching Chaotic a while back, but don't remember what streaming service it was through, though. Yeah, do not worry. I know for a fact that... Oh, well, I suppose while we're just getting into it, I know for a fact that for a lot of you who would like to actually maybe revisit the show, there is a very, very nice thing I get to share with you. The original creators of the TV series actually created playlists on the official Chaotic YouTube channel for you guys to actually watch everything. Everything from the very beginning when I was just using Flash animations to the final season, well, I say final season, we'll get into it, where they switched things around and actually did more hand-drawn animations. So yes. I can provide right now for you guys links to those playlists for you guys to check out. And again, this is for basically anyone who also hasn't actually discovered the show and wouldn't mind actually checking out themselves. They also have released versions of the show, at least the first season, in both Dutch and Spanish. So a little bit of variety depending on the language you speak. Next, so let me go ahead and get this all set up for this as well, because for this next part we are going to need, let me see here, oh, Ananke!
Welcome, Ananke_93. May the primal energy of the wild infuse our gathering as we howl in unison under the watchful eye of the ancient wolf spirit. Let us run together as one pack, forging bonds that transcend time and space.
Thank you very much there, Wolf Chatter, and thank you very much, Ananke, for the raid. I certainly hope you had a wonderful stream. Please be sure to go and check out Ananke for, and give her some love. She's actually just starting off with streaming, so any little bit of support helps. But yes, welcome in, raiders. For those of you who do not know who I am Shamanic Wolf, a werewolf shaman VTuber, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Welcome in to the Chaotic stream, for the time being, because we've got other things that we get to go over today as well. But yes, I certainly hope that you guys had a wonderful time. I know for a fact, because I was lurking in your stream there, Ananke, you were also playing some Dune, so how did that go? Wolf Chatter was echoing on my phone. Yes. That was mostly because Wolf Chatter was speaking through my microphone. For some odd reason, the volume was just very loud, so I apologize in that regard. It was so good. Oh, this is very good. This is very good. I know that game just came out, so again, please do consider checking out an Anke stream if you want to check out some Dune. But yes, real quick, let me see here. It's not around here, so I'm going to need to go dark for a moment while I get the next part of the stream set up, because we're gonna be doing some card pack opening. Be right back. Mm. Let me go ahead and also do this for you guys while you're waiting, and we're also just gonna do it for the sake of just a little bit of background. Go ahead and do this for you, because this should be right to work with. It's good. And let us get right into and cut it down, and boom. Work for now. Now, BRB in just a moment. Let's see here. First, we a little bit of this. That. Good. Flip that right there. That should be good enough. Put this right there. Y'all can still hear me just fine. And make sure we've got this on the back burner. With a little bit of that going. And I do believe we are all dialed in. So, let's begin, shall we? Welcome back to the hand can stream and my pasty white skin. But yes, welcome in everybody. Welcome in to the first portion of the stream where we are going to be opening. Drum roll, please. Chaotic Trading Card Games Silent Sands expansion. Now, for at least a little bit of major description, for those of you who do not know what Chaotic is, Chaotic was, and still is technically, a trading card game based around the idea of players are able to go to a world known as Param, and they can go around scanning creatures, battle gear, locations, all the different sorts, and they were able to just use these little scans in their own card game, where they would be able to fight against other players in major, basically just battlefield wars comprised of different creatures and such that they had collected. How much did this cost? I will not disclose. Let's just say eBay is quite the interesting little site to work with. But yes, with this little expansion towards Chaotic focuses around one of my favorite members of the tribes, and for those of you who don't know it as well, tribes in the world of Param consisted of primarily 4 different groups. There were the Overworlders, the Underworlders, the Danians, and the Mepedians. As we pull them out of this little card set, we will go over their basic characteristics, their overview of how tribes should function, and some of the really cool some of the really cool characters you might run into, which again we will also go over when we actually visit the online play for this, because even though the official sites for this card game died out long ago, once again, thank you to the fan base that had created the game that we will be also exploring. We will also be able to check out some very interesting things that they had been able to develop. So yes, today we are going to be checking out the trading card game for Chaotic, where each of these packs, which there are going to be 24 packs in total for this, each pack contains at least 9 different cards, and there is 3 different cards that I am primarily looking for in this set in particular. I am basically going to be looking for one specific Mepedian that is basically a giant sandstorm monster made manifest, equipment that pairs well with that creature, and various different locations that utilize basically a specific archetype in the tribe. I don't want to spoil too much, but yes. Let us begin by trying to get this thing open, which it appears as though we can only open it from the sides. I was hoping that maybe it would be able to pop open from the top, but older game systems, or older games don't exactly have the more modernized deck boxes that we would have. Ooh, okay. But yeah, here you go. 24 packs, 9 cards in each pack in total. And it also looks like a little booklet actually going over some of the rulings for the game. Which actually goes along with some of the rules they introduced in this little set. So, I suppose this actually provides me a decent way to go over some of the stuff that I really like about this set. First off, this set for Chaotic introduces basically what is considered the subtype for the tribe, the Mepedians, War Beasts and Conjurers. And according to this booklet's description of War Beasts and Conjurers, War Beasts are powerful beings created from raw Mepedian mugic by muges known as Conjurers. War Beasts are unstable unless paired with one or more Conjurers. Every War Beast has a punishing recklessness drawback, but Conjurers reduce the damage War Beasts would deal to themselves with recklessness. Multiple Conjurers can work together to reduce this damage even further. Another thing that is introduced in this set is also mirage locations. Because the Mepedians live out in a very large desert, mirages can be very common. And mirage locations are places that appear and disappear with the shifting sands of the Mipidem Desert and other mysterious parts of Param. Whenever a mirage location is active, it would be placed on the actual battlefield itself, rather than at the bottom of the location deck. And, doesn't have, and then whenever that mirage location is used on the battlefield, it returns to the location deck. So yeah, basically, the idea behind the Mepedians is they live out in a large desert. They are able to utilize the mirages that can be created out in that desert for their own benefit. So, I'm gonna let you guys choose which side you want to work with first. You want to try and pull from the left stack or the right stack? I'm feeling confident about the right stack right now, but I'll let you guys choose. We got one for right. We got one for the right now. Holy crap, that's a pretty penny. Heck yeah. Captain Crazy went and did his research, so I do it for you guys. For your guys' entertainment, and also to maybe introduce you guys to an interesting little hobby of mine. We got two for right, and I'm gonna say the rights have it. So let's see here now, shall we? Our first pack consists of... Oh yeah. Ooh. Well, here we go. This is nice. So, just looking at this already, we've got some interesting cards to work with. First off, we've got a monster by the name... I gotta make sure that it actually kind of focuses on it. His name is Dremes. He is actually one of the conjurers that is introduced in this game. And basically the idea of the Mepedians, again, is basically they are a desert-dwelling race of lizard men. They basically live out in the area known as the Mepedian Desert, or the Mipidem Desert. But their capital city is known as the Mipidem Oasis. And, starting off with the Mepedians, they primarily worked with the ability of turning invisible before they actually worked with anything in terms of summoning giant monsters. And then we have a introductory item known as the Revita Flower. The Revita Flower itself provides a creature a bit of extra energy, which, if we look at Drames here, the number down here represents the creature's energy level. And these little images over here represent the creature's stats. So the stats are divided into 4 different little subjects. The first one is a heart that represents courage. The second is a lightning bolt that represents power. The third is an eye that represents wisdom, and the fourth is a arrow that represents speed. And creatures can have varying versions of their statistics based on the scan. So the whole idea about this card game was just basically you as the player are going out into Param and scanning this creature at a specific time, at a specific moment in its life. It's a shame the current PC webcams struggle to compete with such advanced camera technology. Yeah, I do apologize. I'm trying to get it to focus, but it doesn't want to right now. But yes, the idea basically is these black numbers can basically be varying in their numerical value. So maybe you end up scanning your creature when it wasn't feeling very energetic, but it was feeling very, very, very powerful, or feeling very wise. And it was basically just the whole appeal for the game was you find the card that has the highest numerical values to help you out with your battles, or whichever of the disciplines you wanted the most out of the card. And then you can equip these creatures with these items, and specifically, I have a headache. Fuck off moments, indeed. I apologize, Eternal. Sick Maxor. Well, yes, indeed. Unfortunately, I've never actually been able to pull a Maxor myself there, Spartan. So, if we end up actually going back to checking out some of the first the first set releases for this game, Maxor would definitely be one of the cards that I would like. Oh, no worries, Eternal, no worries. But yes, the cool thing about the Revita Flower is that it would give a creature like Drames 5 additional energy, but you can also sacrifice the flower to give him extra music counters, which would be represented by this number down here. These music counters are used to basically play... Thank you, Captain! These music counters are used to play what would be considered musical magic, which is music. And we will cover music when we get to there. But real quick, I gotta go and do some jumping jacks now, so be right back. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jesus, that's so loud. 10. Maybe we turn that down a little bit on my end. Jesus. Thank you very much, though. Oh yeah, next, let's see here. Oh, here we go. We've got a location scan. This is basically the Mepedian Dew Farm. Out in the middle of the desert, there are specific little springs of varying... these are basically just watering stones. They're able to suck moisture out of the air and condense it into actual water. And these little dew farms are basically how the Mepedians actually get their water in the middle of a desert. And then we actually have right here an attack card. This attack card is called Enlightened Tenacity, and it basically scales off of your courage. Basically, you would have to do what is called a stat check with this card, and if your creature meets a certain level of a certain level of that stat, you're able to do an increased amount of damage. But also, if your creature has a specific element to them as well, they also get additional elemental damage, as well as whether or not it has a base damage value as well. So this card, Enlightened Tenacity, you can do a stat check of either 30, 50, or 70, and if you make it all the way down to 70, you get to deal 15 damage, as well as if your creature is also Earth-based, they can do additional 5 damage. So it's very cool. Makes you want to play creatures with high courage. Where Drames right now, for example, only has 25 courage. He's not exactly going to be doing anything. He's actually not even going to be able to do anything with Enlightened Tenacity, because he is both not courage, high in courage, but also doesn't have any elemental value to him. Now, for example, if we had a attack such as this one that I'm holding in my hand, which is called Rot Cloud, holographic, shiny, it's got an attack value of 10. So that's going to be a very expensive card to play in your attack deck, which, if you see here as well, there is an attack value to the card. Basically the number is 3. And for your attack deck with the game, you can only have a total attack value of 20, while you only had 20 cards for your attacks as well. So if I was to run 3 versions of Rot Cloud, or not 3 versions, 2 copies of Rot Cloud, both of them would equal 3, basically adding up to 6, but it would only still count for 2 cards. So you would need to have, you would basically have to do a lot of adding powerful cards to your deck, but also adding a lot of weak cards to balance out to get the full 20 cards that you'll need for the deck. And thank you, Avel, for the lurk. Ooh, speaking of Avel, Avel actually interacted with one of my posts on social media. Basically, just I sent out a Choose Your Allegiance post where basically everyone was able to choose between Overworld, Underworld, Danian, and Mepenian. And Avel here actually chose Underworlds. So this creature right here, this creature is named Zapator. He is a giant, he's basically just a giant fiery smoke volcanic demon. And he is basically also a fire earth attribute monster. So, if we had something like Enlightened Tenacity here, which basically scales off of Earth element creatures, and creatures with high courage, because Zapator here has 55 courage and the Earth element, he'd be able to do at least 15 damage with Enlightened Tenacity. But yeah, to go over the Underworlders for you guys, because this is a new tribe that's being introduced. That we're running into, that we haven't talked about yet. Underworlders are basically a lot of very earthy, fiery demons, basically just that live underneath the surface of Param. They are ruled by a creature named Kaor, and they live their capital city is known as Underworld City. And a lot of how the Underworlders like to function in their original base game is Underworlders would actually sacrifice their allies to benefit themselves. So, or they would also be able to sacrifice, like, equipment as well. So, for Zapator, he can sacrifice his battle gear, or anyone's battle gear, and deal 5 damage to a target creature, but it can only be activated once per turn. Or you could sacrifice Zapator himself to destroy a target battle gear on your opponent's side. So yeah, a lot of the idea with the Underworlders is they're kind of in it for themselves, and they want to try and just get the upper hand any way possible, even if it means sacrificing your allies. Demon wolves are the best. Unfortunately, though, there is technically one Underworld basically wolf demon, or if you want to call him a werewolf, he's technically also that too. Or it kind of looks like a gnoll, kind of like a hyena kind of guy too, but either way. There was a guy introduced in the show, there was art created for him, but he never actually got his own card. So, a little peeved on that, but, what can you do? Ooh, but then we actually get to go into the next tribe that gets to be introduced. I would like to introduce all of you to the Danians. This is Lobane, a Danian Mandiblor Muge. He's basically just a giant bug, and the Danians themselves are basically just that. They are large ant colony-based creatures that live in a capital known as Mount Pillar, ruled by a queen, and basically just function as like an ant hive would. They've got their special unique trait about their tribe is, obviously, going off of the bug vibe, they can trigger something called the hive. And based on the creature that you use, hive can be both beneficial in trying to boost maybe the creature's discipline stats, could be used to increase the creature's energy, or provide any level of other benefits. So yeah, the Danians and their functioning for their tribe is basically they can work together as a unit, as just like any ant colony could, even in death as well. We can cover that a little bit whenever we get to the online stuff. But yeah, Lobane, being a Muge, basically, for each Muge counter on Lobane, you can choose to give another Danian fireproof, waterproof, airproof, or earthproof. And that basically helps to reduce damage based on whether or not they end up having to deal with moves like Enlightened Tenacity. So, let's say Zapator decided to use Enlightened Tenacity on Lobane. He could use a Mugic counter to give himself Earth 10, basically reducing his 15 damage only to 10 by getting rid of that Earth 5 that's on Enlightened Tenacity. Oh yeah, it's a lot of information for this card game. I have researched it for so many years. And then we also have a attack called Reckless Defeat, which does fire and water attribute damage. And also, if the opposing creature has a ability called Recklessness, you can deal damage equal to that creature's Recklessness value. We will cover Recklessness when we get to it. And also, one final little location scan, the Forest of Life. During a specific moment that happens in that location called Achilles. It's basically just like a lunar eclipse. Have I opened Final Fantasy packs yet? I have not, Apple. I have not. Looking forward to it though. I'm excited for that. But yes, basically just as creatures can have varying stats depending on when you quote-unquote scan them, areas can also have different events occurring that may alter how the actual location functions. Alright, and with all of that information now understood, the next pack! Who wishes to name the next side that we go for? Shall we go for the right side or the left side once more? I made a deck where one creature can do 10,000 damage. Very nice, very nice. Love to see that, Apple. Right again? We got one for right. Shall we just stick to the right side? Ooh, Eternal saying left. We got one for right and one for left. Who's gonna make the tiebreaker? Or shall I just leave it for the flip of a coin? That's the craziest, that's right. I'll say the rights have it for right now. Pun not intended. But yeah, let's go and open up the next pack. Let's see here. Ripping it open from the back. Ooh, here we go. This is going to be interesting. I actually have one of these cards already. Okay. So, let's go ahead and start this off, shall we? We've got Laina, a Mepedian royal, who basically is a member of one of Prince Mudinu's royal council. I have 4 monsters that do 10k. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, we've got Laina, a Mepedian royal, who can remove a magic counter from target creature and put a music counter on another creature controlled by the same player. Basically just being able to transfer her music counters onto somebody else if needed. We've got Clodor. He basically looks like Zareth from League of Legends. And he is a monster with a incredibly high wisdom stat, where he has 105 wisdom and everything else is below 50. And whenever he does a wisdom challenge, he gains a music counter. So basically, he's just power overwhelming in his own right. Every time he does something with wisdom, he gets music that he can use to... that he can use to basically just cast spells or help out his allies. Which, actually, I don't think we actually went over Overworlders yet, now have we? We have not! So let's go! We can talk about Overworlders. Overworlders are creatures that basically reside above the surface of Param. They are very animal based in their designs. So you'll see a lot of creatures, like if you think of an animal, there's probably a chaotic creature for that. And Clodor here basically lives in a location known as the Eye of the Maelstrom, noted by the signifying location background as well. The Eye of the Maelstrom is basically an area that is highly condensed with musical power, and for a creature like Clodor, who basically gets music every time he uses his attacks, it's very fitting. But yeah, the capital city of the overworld is known as Kiru City, and as we had kind of mentioned in a little earlier, the leader of the overworlders is a warrior by the name of Maxor. You'll see him a lot in the TV show because the protagonist we primarily follow loves that card a lot. The next card, an attack card by the name of Arbor Smash. Basically, just setting a giant cut tree trunk right at your enemy, and if you meet the courage stat check, you get to gain the elemental type Earth. And now we begin our discussion about music. Music is the magical musical force that Param primarily focuses on. It is ancient in its origin, and most creatures nowadays, I should say, don't really even know how to create music anymore. And you can't really see it because screw you screen or TV or my camera, but you can kind of see these black markings here. These markings, there is about, I believe, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, there are 7 of these markings right next to the in the actual music's description. Those are the musical notes of the music. And they also come in those notes actually come in different pitches. So every music has its own tune, its own theme, and its own style. So basically just how those music notes are tuned and written basically define what music you're working with. That's why chaotic sounded so familiar. Indeed. But yeah, the music that I currently hold in my hand is Armament Adagio, which allows you, for 1 music counter, you can choose 2 target creatures controlled by the same player and swap their battle gear. So Armament Adagio lets you just mess around with how your opponents set up their team and their battle gear. And here is a Danian spell by the name of Strain of Infection. And for a 0 music cost, you can uninfect creatures that you can unaffect any creatures that are on the board and target a Danian that you control. That Danian then gains music counters for each creature that was uninfected. And we will go over Infect when we get to the online stuff. Ooh! Twister of Elements. You can see here that it primarily works with wind, earth, and water attribute monsters. And if you have air and water specifically, you get the secondary effect. You can search your attack deck for up to 3 attack cards and put them in your attack discard pile. Then shuffle your attack deck in any way you want. So basically, it allows you to, if you're hoping to try and pull that one specific card that you need for your attack, for your creature to deal massive amount of damage, you can use this attack to sort of file down on that attack deck to make it easier for you to pull that card that you want. We've got another Lobane, and this actually shows off how, as I was mentioning, you can have 2 different cards with 2 different numerical values. So as you can see at the bottom right of the cards, you can see that the first Lobane that we pulled has 40 energy, while the new one that we just pulled has 30. And also, this Lobane has 5 additional courage, the same power value, 10 less wisdom, but 10 more speed as well. So, if I was to try and work with any level of, any version of Lobane, you could say I could work with this one if I'm focused more on having creatures that have a higher energy value, or you can work with this one depending on the disciplines that you want to work with. So yeah, just goes to show you how 2 different scans can be very different. And then, of course, another Forest of Life and another Reckless Defeat. Very nice, very nice. Alright, this next one I'm going to pull as my choice. And I'm going to choose... We try the left side this time. I have a good feeling about this top card pack. Otherwise, my hand would not have been drawn to it at the beginning there. So, let's take a look here. Okay. So we have another version of Naina. We've got another version of Clodor. Another Armament Adagio. We've got Progressive Speed, which is a wind-based attack that focuses on stat-checking speed. And depending on if you have a high speed value, you get to do a massive amount of damage. Ooh, we've got Victar. If you guys as I sort of described, a lot of the overworlders are very animal-based. Victar here being a bear. He is a strategist for the overworld. And he's got the cool ability where if his courage and wisdom are higher than the opponent's, the first attack that deals damage to him deals 0 damage. So very cool. And we've got a overworld music by the name of Rhyme of the Reckless, where this music, you can target an attack that your opponent played that would deal damage to you, and it deals X damage back to your opponent. Basically, where that X is the amount of damage that was dealt to you. Basically just saying, yeah, all that damage you sent my way, have fun dealing with it yourself. We've got Ranoon. This guy, I really like. I have, from my old collection, I actually tried setting up a Mepedian deck focused around the Conjurers and the War Beasts. And this guy, he's really good in a War Beast deck because not only does he reduce the amount of damage that War Beasts deal to themselves by 10, but also he's got the music counter ability of being able to heal any creature by 10 damage. So he's really good basically just as a backline support where if my giant war beasts take a lot of damage, I can try and counteract a little bit of that damage by using his ability. And you can actually see, it might be a little hard with the camera. Again, I'm going to have to try and calibrate that, or at least have it where it can focus better. But you can see basically just this silhouette of a creature kind of just in the background there. A lot of the conjurers that you will run into in their art designs actually have their war beast of choice depicted in the background. So, we will cover, if we pull him, we will cover that creature when we get to him. And thank you very much, Captain, for the jumping jacks. Let's go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oja! Ha ha ha. Alright. Moving on. Ooh, the Strain of Ash. A 0 music cost, where it says sacrifice a battle gear and sacrifice a battle gear equipped to an unengaged underworld creature you control. If you do, destroy target battle gear your opponent controls. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Sacrifice to sacrifice. And Fear Fight. A 5 base damage, 5 earth damage attack that says if the opposing engaged creature's courage is 50 or less, deal an additional 10 damage. So, going after those less brave creatures, you can deal practically 20 damage just with this one attack. One more time! Indeed. And speaking of one more time, who wants to choose the next one? Left or right? I leave the decision once again in your hands. Going for the left again? Alright, alright. Cheese. Very well. Eternal gets the cheese. Let's see here. Ooh, alright, alright. One of the cards that we got to pull is the Overworld Embassy at the Mipidem Oasis. So basically, some of the tribes actually want to try and basically be ambassadors and try and create peace between the tribes. So a lot of locations will actually have these little locations inside them that basically say, hey, this is basically, we're trying to create peace, and we would like an area in your capital to try and do negotiations. The Overworld Embassy at Mipidem Oasis is basically the Overworld's attempt at trying to create peace with Mepedians. And here we go, a new Mepedian creature by the name of Melke. Melky? I don't think it's Melky. Melke. Melke? Melk? This guy's name is Melk. And he actually utilizes the invisibility that Mepedians are famous for. He has the ability Invisibility Strike 10, where basically the first attack card that you play with this creature deals an additional 10 damage. And if a Mirage location is in play, Melk gains an additional Invisibility Strike 10. So, sort of playing off of those Mirage locations. Did we actually pull any of those Mirage locations yet? Let me take a look here. That was the Forest of Life. That was the Mipedian Dew Farm. No, we haven't pulled any Mirage locations yet. Good. I suppose we'll cover that whenever we get to it. But again, we kind of already covered Mirage locations. But yeah, basically, as long as he's standing on top of a Mirage location on the battlefield, he gets to do Invisibility Strike 20 instead of just 10. Very powerful, very nice. Web Cocoon. Base 5 damage, and if you have a stat check of at least 50 power, you gain the Elemental type Fire. Ooh. Void Dirge. A generic music. Basically a music that can be played by any tribe. It's not tribe specific. And you can remove up to 3 target cards in a player's general discard from the game. So basically, you get to banish your opponent's cards. Symmetry Slam. Deal 5 damage for each elemental type shared by both engaged creatures. So basically, if you end up fighting if you have an air-earth creature fighting an air-earth creature, you get to deal at least 10 damage. Rasnus the Assimilated. Danian creatures you control may not be targeted by music or abilities until the end of the turn. This ability can only be activated once per turn. So basically, Rasnus, we will cover Rasnus here. Rasnus is basically a corrupted creature by the Danians. And we will go, if you guys remember how the song, how the music that we ended up pulling that was called Strain of Infection. Strain of Infection basically dictated that we would be able to infect creatures. Rasnus is basically the result of what that infection can do. If we end up pulling the base Rasnus card, you will see what I'm talking about. We've got another Renoon. We've got Sand, basically sand but with 2 A's, who has Air 5 and is an air attribute creature. So basically, whenever he does an air attack, it does an additional 5 damage, equal in addition to whatever the attack value is. And he basically has the ability of, at the beginning of your turn, you may sacrifice Sand, and if you do, each player sacrifices 3 music counters on their boards. And if Sand has any music counters himself, he gets sacrificed immediately. He is a muge that basically says, screw your music. Screw your magic power. He destroys music. And then the Strain of Clarity, another generic music. Shuffle a target Mirage location in its owner's deck into its owner's location deck. If it was active, if it was an active location on the board, oh, wait a minute, hang on, I'm reading that wrong. Shuffle target Mirage location into its owner's location deck. If it was the active location, the top card of its owner's location deck becomes the new active location. So basically, it's basically just saying, yeah, that the Mirage location that you're fighting in right now, go ahead and just put that back in your deck, and then fight on a different area. Next, let's see here. I'm actually gonna do this for a little bit too. I think I got a quarter or something. But for right now, while I try and find myself a coin or something, feel free to choose whichever one you want to go for next. The left pile or the right pile. I got a penny. There we go. Let's see here. Left or right is the next question, and I'm going to say, do I have a binder for cards? I've got plenty of binders. But the fun thing actually is, for these chaotic cards, I don't really need a binder because I've got tins. I've got varying tins that I can store all of my chaotic cards in. So yeah, I've got the storage space. But also, yeah, check these out. Back in the day, they used to sell these little collector's tins, and each one basically was based on the coloration of each of the different tribes. Of course, this one in particular was an exclusive grab, so I basically just used that for my Danians. But yeah, do not worry, we will be able to cover some more stuff whenever we get into the online gameplay as well. If not, if you guys want to check out those too, I'm more than willing to share my collection with you guys. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue on with the left stack for now. And actually, I may very well have to just speed through this a little bit if we're actually going to get into some of the actual gameplay. So, let's see here. Ooh! We've got a Danian by the name of Makrabon. I actually really like this Danian because whenever Makrabon gains music counters, he infects uninfected creatures on the board. And you can use those music counters that he generates to activate the hive. He's not exactly the strongest of creatures, but his ability alone makes him a very viable card. Especially for infect decks. Lightning canister, basically just a lightning grenade. Ooh, let's go! We've got an area by the name of Rampasak, the ocean with no water. It is a mirage location, and basically, actually, I didn't actually go how locations worked in the game. Basically, you got a location deck, 10 little locations of either varying sorts or of similar origin, and when you go into combat, you gotta try and figure out who's gonna attack first. There is a nice little effect on the location deck that helps you out with that, where basically it is the initiative, and whoever meets that initiative spec. So for Rampasak, the initiative for whoever attacks first goes to whichever creature has the fire attribute. But for Rampasak in particular, the ability is air and earth attacks deal an additional 5 damage, but whenever a water attack is played, this area ends up becoming this area goes onto the battle board and a new location is active. And then if you finish combat on top of this card that's on the battle board, at the end of that combat, the winning engaged creature gets a music counter. And what's up there, Star? How you doing? Hi. What if both meet the initiative? Then it basically goes down to... What'd I do with it? I just had it. Oh, here it is. Then it basically just boils down to a coin toss. Whoever ends up calling it right gets to do the attack. Speaking of attacks, Force Strike! And speaking of fire damage, Fire 5 and stat check of power. If you meet all of the requirements, you can do up to at least 20 damage with that attack alone. And ooh, this is a nice little area specifically for the creatures of the Conjurers and the War Beasts. The Catacombs of the Conjurers. The Catacombs of the Conjurers, the initiative goes towards the War Beasts. And you get to reduce the recklessness damage that a creature with recklessness takes by 5, but conjurers themselves get recklessness. And recklessness in the game is basically just you're dealing damage to yourself for every attack that you play. Doing pretty good, a lot better today. How am I? I'm doing very good. Doing some nostalgia rewind once again by playing a old card game. Alright. So, the next thing that we get to check out is Blaze Barrage. Testing. There we go. Gotta love it whenever that happened. But yes, the next creature we get to look at is Lenker. Lenker, I've actually encountered with the online play. And this guy is broken as hell if you build him right. He may have only 25 energy, but if you give him the right equipment, you can use his ability, which basically says you can reduce his energy by 5, and a target creature gets to gain an additional 15 in courage, power, wisdom, and speed until the end of the turn. And this is not something that is just a once per turn effect. You can do this multiple times, and you can have your creature just boosted out the wazoo in terms of his discipline. What card game is this? This game is Chaotic. Chaotic is a old trading card game that practically doesn't get much recognition as much anymore, but has a very strong and very loyal fan base. I'm surprised with Chaotic they never made a VR game out of it. They tried making video games out of it. A VR game would be awesome, especially now that we've got really good VR technology. But I think basically, back in the day, VR didn't exactly get to the point where it is now. Also, welcome in there, Teddy Bear. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, seeing a Chaotic VR game is fucking awesome. And that would be amazing. Overworlders for life. Let's go. Teddy Bear Teddy Bear here knows what he's talking about. Sorry, didn't mean to touch you. Teddy Bear knows what he's talking about. He knows Chaotic. We got the Hunter's Lure. And we've got Stupefying Tide. Stupefying Tide, basically based off of whether or not your opponent's creature has high wisdom. And yeah, the Hunter's Lure basically just lets you move both engaged creatures to open spaces on the battlefield if they're on top of a Mirage location, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, it's just move both engaged creatures to a different open space. And Murray, welcome in. My brother likes the reptile people. I forgot the name. The Mepedians. I myself am a Mepedian fan. So, yes, indeed. Mepedians, Danians are the bugs, Overworlders, and Underworlders. Next card pack, because we gotta keep moving. The Entropy Modulator. You can sacrifice this to deal additional 15 damage. Basically, a decent little gauntlet that shoots out a burst of energy. Cult is practically a shaman in his own right, and he gets to use his music counter to give an ally creature element of a varying choice. Danians are vile creatures. They're cool. Not exactly my first pick, but cool. Progressive speed again. Web Cocoon. Hurricane. 10 air damage, but as a cost, your creature loses the air element until the end of the turn. Uberon! Let's go! Uberon here is what you guys would consider, or what the game considers, a war beast. He's got Fireproof 10, Waterproof 10, so Fireproof and Waterproof attack, or Fire and Water-based attacks deal 10 less damage, and he's got the Recklessness 15, where basically, again, every attack he does, he deals 15 damage to himself. Unless, as we kind of mentioned already, let's say we've got our boy Ranoon on the battlefield as well, who reduces that attack, the Recklessness damage by 10. So basically, instead of taking 15 damage every time he attacks, he's only taking 5. This is basically how the Mepedian Conjurers function. But you got your spellcasting supporter that control the beasts in the background, while creatures like Uberon are up on the front lines, kicking everyone's ass. Yo! I'm Train. Ooh. Oh my lord, what happened? An anonymous gifter gifted five tier 1 subs. Thank you very much for the tier subs. That's very kind of you. And Captain Crazy, you were mentioning that you were dealing with ads. Now you don't have to, as well as Platinum Maple, Teddy Bear, Marissa Muskie, and Innocent TSS. Welcome in, and thank you all so much for subs. Well, thank you very much for gifting the subs to them. Thank you very much. You got us up to a level 2 hype train. Let's go. But then we also have creatures like a breed here, who basically says, "I respect." Oh yes, I saw your message there, Teddy. I saw your message, and I can easily say Underworlders are probably actually. Before I actually liked the Mepedians, I actually was an Underworld fan myself. An Underworld fan myself. But yes, a breed here is a overworld guardian that basically says he can use his music counters to turn any level of attack damage that you sent to any one of your allies. Basically just say, yeah, all that damage that you just sent, it's now just 5 damage. And when you have a creature with 30 energy, 5 damage ain't gonna be much. The Tune of Zerium. Sacrifice a battle gear, and if you do, return another battle gear from your discard to play. Equipped to oh wait, what? Oh yeah. Sacrifice a battle gear, bring back a battle gear from your discard pile, and put it on an unequipped creature. And the Wind Whip. This is some okay. Here. This is another good little example of something that you guys might want to look at too. The Wind Whip is a battle gear that basically says, if the equipped creature is a Mepedian, it gains the Air Elemental type. But if the equipped creature is a Conjurer, War Beasts you control gain Recklessness 5. So, for Ranun here, who has no element, he can equip the Wind Whip onto himself and gain the Air Element type. But as a result, Uberon, instead of doing Recklessness 15, is now Recklessness 20. In Chaotic, you like Avena and Nevena? Ooh, those are two very interesting creatures, and I can go over their background story too. So Avena and Nevena, they were basically twins that were separated at birth. Avena was taken in by the Overworlders, and she was basically adopted by a creature named Intress, and I believe Avena was trained in water attacks, while Nivena was taken in by the Underworlders and raised by a Underworlder by the name of Takinam, who taught her fire attacks. Pretty interesting. Every creature, I should actually mention this too, every creature that you see in Chaotic is their own unique person. They are not a species, per se, but they are basically a tribe of unique creatures that all fall under the same race, but are different in their own right. And Infinity! What's going on? How you doing? Let me give you a shout out. Infinity, there you go. But yes, just goes to show you how battle gear on specific creatures can be both useful and detrimental. Hello again, my dude. Hell yeah. Ooh, let's go. We pulled him. We pulled him. So, as you guys can kind of see, Ranun's creature, as I mentioned in the background, his card art background. Most of these conjurers are going to be depicted with their war beast of choice in their background. And thank you very much for the compliment there, Captain. Mepedians and Danians kind of go against that cause, that because they are a race. Indeed. Tribes, race, in Chaotic, it can kind of just be thrown around in ways. Because obviously, like Danians and Mepedians, obviously there's going to be Mepedians that look very different towards other Mepedians. Some are going to look like dinosaurs, some are going to look like actual reptiles like chameleons or just like geckos. But they basically do fall under that whole tribal thing. Overworlders and Underworlders, they are definitely less of a race and more of a tribe, where you're gonna have creatures like Takinan that look like a succubus, and then creatures like Kaor, who is a giant red demon. Exactly. And Overworlders, as I said, were varying animals in their design. But yes, Ranoon here, being a conjurer, he's got his war beast of choice in the background. And his war beast of choice is this guy, Air. It's basically, Air is basically a war beast that is a giant flying cobra that can fill an entire canyon pass just by floating through it. He is incredibly fast with a 105 speed stat, and he's got the interesting abilities of range and swift. Range basically means that he can move through spaces occupied by other creatures, and swift basically means that he can move additional spaces outside of just moving one space a turn. So he's got Swift 4. He can cover the entire battlefield if he wanted to. And he's also a very unique creature that cannot enter mixed armies. So if I was to try and mix a creature like a Breed and Air together, that technically would be against the game's rules because he's not allowed to be mixed into mixed armies. I love looking into music. We will look into music. Do not spoil, Teddy. Do not spoil. That in particular, I want to go over music with everybody. There is more about music than what I've already described. Next card is Atropol, another demon of the underworld. Basically, just this very heavy-armed underworld warrior. As far as I remember, he was actually the general for a demon called Lord Von Blut. He was Lord Von Blut's army's commander. In one specific episode. Mind Strike, basically just got those stat checks for wisdom and deal extra damage. The Song of the Dyad. Heal 10 damage to a target creature, or deal 10 damage to a target creature. The Reality Field Generator. When a equipped creature enters a space with a Mirage location, shuffle that Mirage location into its location deck. Bleh. Mirage locations may not be placed on equipped creature spaces. What determines how many music you can use? The amount of music that you can use. Basically, you can only have 6 music in a deck. So you got to be very careful with which music you choose. But even then, you can have 6 different music to choose from, but they may have varying music costs, where some may cost nothing, but require you to sacrifice something else. Or it may require 2 music counters, 3 music counters, or X amount of music counters. It's all very interesting. Song of Ember Nova is actually a really good one. Actually, it's one that you would see in like one of the starter decks. The Reality Field Generator. Reactive Resolution. A power 10 attack that focuses around challenging your opponent. So challenging for attacks basically says, if your stats are higher by a specific value than your opponent's stat value, you get to do this extra damage. So if your creature has an extra 15 or an extra 15 courage and 15 speed over your opponent's courage and speed, you get to deal additional 5 damage. And if you win both challenges for this one in particular, you get to deal an additional 15 damage. So yeah, that's 10, 15, 20, 35 damage just with Reactive Resolution. So yeah, very, very powerful attack card. Trampling Tackle. An earth-based attack where if you have Recklessness as one of your abilities, you get to deal an additional 5 damage. I just know it's used greatly to heal your creature up. Indeed, indeed. We got another Renoon. I'm gonna have to look at all these different Renoon cards that I'm getting and see whether or not I can work with some new stats. the Strain of Ash once more. Moving on! We gotta keep moving. And Ihorn, what's up? Having fun with my college stuff? Yeah, I'm having a wonderful day today. How are you doing there, Ihorn? Okay. Ooh. I think there might be a card in here that I haven't pulled yet before in here. So, Entropy Modulator. We got Cult again. Dexterous Storm. 5 base attack damage, where if you have 50 speed, you get the air element. Chaotic, a game where location can mean a lot, indeed. I'm good, having a new rotating fan, so it's helping with my room being hot. Stay hydrated during the summer. It's a hot one. Hydro Balls! Wisdom 50. If you have the wisdom, you get the element type water. Ooh. Okay. This is definitely a new creature that I've never seen before. His name is Wytod. He looks like a satyr. And he has the ability of sacrificing himself to choose a new target for a target music that only targets a single creature. Nice. What's the weirdest equipment that I've seen? Ooh. I'd actually have to go back into my old cards and check that out. Because I'm not quite too sure. I know for a fact that there is a interesting battle gear that's basically just like a water familiar. But the interesting thing about it was you had to sacrifice your water attribute, and you were able to gain like wisdom from it, which was interesting because it was like, obviously the water attribute is really useful, and having wisdom is also really useful. But I don't know if you, I'm not sure how good that an equipment like that would be. But yeah, next card is Karaba, a Muge that basically says heal 10 damage to target creatures for each Mugic counter on Karaba. This ability can only be used once per turn. He's basically what looks to be a summoner that lives in an area known as the Runic Grove. Basically, all these trees have runes written on them, and the Runic Grove is an area where all tribal music is actually negated, and you can only play generic music. Oh yeah, interesting. Vile. You can actually kind of read that name in through my camera. Vile is an underworlder who looks like basically a crow wizard. Has the ability of use both of his music counters to remove a music from a music counter from a target creature. The Melody of Parasitic Mayhem. Infect a uninfected engaged creature. If Hive is active, uninfect all creatures controlled by an opponent, and deal 5 damage to target creature for how many creatures you uninfect. I like the battle gear that looks like vehicles. I know for a fact that there is a really, really good vehicle battle gear that's basically called a Vile Driver. It looks like an AT-ST from Star Wars, but it's really good for your underworlders and their fire damage. Speaking of, well, not exactly fire damage, but speaking of fire, something that looks like fire, Blind Fury. 10 air, and if your engaged creature has recklessness, deal an additional 5 damage. Really good for your War Beast deck. Sadly, I rep Overworlders though. You rep like respect or what? Entropy Modulator, Cult, Hydro Balls, Mipedian Dew Farm, the Strain of Expensive Delusions. Oh, represent. I see. For 0 Music, destroy all battle gear equipped to creatures that are on a Mirage location. Shuffle that Mirage location into the owner deck. Could be very useful for if your creature's gonna die. Say basically, hey, you know what? If I'm gonna lose this fight, I might as well take your battle here with me. Ooh! Kinian, the ambassador to the Mepedians. She is basically a muge that can actually play Mepedian and overworld music. And Kiane also has the ability of, if a music or ability would heal a Mepedian you control, it heals for an additional 5 damage. She basically looks like a fox. She's I hate to admit it, but she's basically what you would think of as a furry. I hate to say it, but yeah, she's definitely got that. She's definitely got that design to her. She's a badass though. She's a fucking badass. Ranun, Strain of Ash, and Fear Fight. I'm hoping that we can still pull the card in particular, or the creature in particular that I want, who is a war beast. I'm hoping through 24 packs I can pull him. We got Drames, the Ravita Flower, Enlightened Tenacity, Arbor Smash, Harnessed Rage is a new attack. This is actually a really good attack as well, because if your engaged creature has Recklessness, you get to deal damage equal to that Recklessness value. So, if you have Uberon, who has Recklessness 15, you're basically doing 20 damage with this attack. Very nice. We got another Victar. We've got another Lanker. We've got another Hunter's Lure. Stupefying Tide. Let's go, come on. Keep pulling. Might go to sleep. Fair enough there, Avel. I certainly hope that you enjoy your rest if you indeed decide to do so. We got Niane, Plodor, the Armament Adagio again, Progressive Speed, the Rhyme of Reckless, Symmetry Slam, Lanker, Hunter's Lure, Stupefying Tide. Because you meant Underworlders? Because Underworlders are mainly known for using fire. Exactly. So basically, Overworlders were all water, Underworlders are primarily fire, Mepedians are wind, Danians are earth. Because I'm sick, just took my temperature. It was 102. Yes, go and get some rest there, Apple. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. You get rest. Take care of yourself. Overworld Embassy at Mipidum Oasis. Milk. Web Cocoon. Void Dirge. Rasnus the Assimilated once more. Purifying Mud. Fire, earth, and water-based damage. Earth, water, deal 5 damage, then gain 5 energy until end of turn. Nice. Vile. Melody of Parasitic Mayhem. Blind Fury. Let's go. Next. Flying through them now. Now that we're running into a lot of cards that we've kind of already seen. Makraban. Excuse me? How were you like this, but everyone else is upside down? Lightning Canister. Rampasak, the ocean with no water, as a location. Maybe I'm just holding it upside down. Force Strike. Catacombs of the Conjurers. Reality Field Generator. Vile. Melody of Parasitic Mayhem. And Blind Fury. Also, welcome in those just joining. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Next, the Entropy Modulator, Cult, Dexterous Storm, Hydro Balls, Wytot again, very nice. The Song of Desperation. This is a really good Underworld music. For 1 music counter, target engaged creature gains 30 energy, and its checks and challenges do 0 damage and instead of their normal amount until end of turn. So basically it just says, yeah, you're close to death, go ahead and just go ahead and gain this huge energy boost, but have fun with not having any actual additional damage to your attacks. Titanics, a war beast. that has Intimidate, Courage, and Speed for 50. So basically, Intimidate in the game basically takes your value and says, yeah, go ahead and reduce that by 50. So if Titanics was to fight another Titanics with the same discipline values, Titanics right now has 70 courage and 70 speed. It would only have 20 speed and courage, which would very much affect all those attacks. Titanics being just a gigantic earthworm. Basically what you would see out of Tremors. The Echoes of Empty Hands. Destroy all battle gear equipped to target engaged creature. The creature gains 10 energy until end of turn. And Matagor, 5 fire and 5 earth damage. If your engaged creature is Mepedian, it gains air. Is there any battle gear that can give a creature an element? Yes, there is actually plenty of battle gear that can give your creatures elemental boosts. I believe one of them, I think actually, is called the Whip Crack. It is basically just a fire whip, and it gives Underworlders additional fire damage towards their attacks. We got Air, another War Beast, or the same War Beast, but another one. Atropole, Mind Strike, Song of the Dyad, heal 10 damage or deal 10 damage. Another Reactive Resolution. Copond, an Underworld Muge. Oh, you mean give them an element that they can't normally use? Yes. So there is an equipment called the Liqualizer. Can you guess what element that a Liqualizer would give a creature? Indeed, Teddy. Now, for Copond here, he is an Underworld Muge that says you can use a Mugic counter to deal 5 damage to a target creature for each Mugic counter on Copond. This ability can only be used once per turn. Very nice. And you can easily tell that he's got that D&D wizard dice roll for damage. Because he's only got 15 energy. Another Titanics. Echoes of Empty Hands. Matagor. We only got 2, 6. We only got 8 packs left. Wait. 9 packs left. What's the name of that overworlder that looks like a wizard who's dressed in blue robes? That... Give me a second here. That, my boy, is Nadgerin. Nadgerin is the overworlder's high mew. And one of my favorite creatures. Because, obviously, wizards. Did a whole week on wizards. What elements can he use? He doesn't have any elements attributed to him. His element is basically just being a major magic caster. Underworld, the Overworld Embassy at the Mipidum Mines. Milk, Void Dirge, Rampasak again. Strain of Infection. Strain of the Tide. Remove any number of overworld creatures in your discard pile from the game. Deal 10 damage to your target creature for each card that you remove this way. Vile. Strain of Parasitic Mayhem. Blind Fury. Next. We've got... Get out of here. Another Entropy Modulator. Cult. Progressive Speed. Web Cocoon, Rot Cloud, another Zapator, let's go, Trampling Tackle, Ranun, Strain of Ash, that was actually a lot of attacks cards in that one. Oh, come on, baby, light my fire, I need this beast. Entropy Modulator, Cult, Dexterous Storm, Hydro Balls, the Catacombs of the Conjurers, Reality Field Generator, Ranun, Strain of Ash, and Fear Fight. Come on! We're down to the last 6. Give me the boy. It's gonna be like the last pack. Watch. We got Dremes, the Revita Flower, the Mepedian Dew Farm, Enlightened Tenacity, Reactive Resolution, Colmo the Assimilated, another creature that Vidanians basically infected. Hampering Winds, actually, I should also mention. Colmo has the ability Invisibility Surprise, where Surprise in game basically says all those initiatives to determine who goes first. Yeah, we're gonna ignore those. Colmo's the one who's going to go first, regardless of whether or not he wins or loses. And if opposing engaged creature is a Mepedian Royal, Colmo gains Invisibility Strike 20. Basically, the first attack he does an additional 20 damage. And for a music counter, if Colmo is not engaged, move it to an open space on the battleboard. Hampering Winds, 5 base damage, 5 wind damage, and if the engaged creature's speed is 50 or less, deal an additional 10. We got Sond, Strain of Clarity. Okay, I'm gonna pull from this one next, because I'm hoping. The card that I am looking for is ultra rare, so it only makes sense that it's being super annoying to try and pull him. But yeah, I'm really hoping here. Remember in the series where Tom and Peyton did a mega match? Yep, the 100 versus 100. I do remember that one fondly. Entropy Modulator, Halt, Hydro Balls, another Mepedian Dew Farm, Vilkian! Let's go! So, as I kind of mentioned, how most conjurers will be depicted with their war beast of choice, Vilkian actually chooses Oberon as his personal war beast. And Vilkian is actually a really good card in war beast decks because he reduces the amount of damage that war beasts deal to themselves by 10. But let's say our boy Ranun ended up getting killed and we had Vilkian also on the board. That would be at least 20 damage that was just negated with them being on the same battle board. If Ranun ends up dying, we can use Vilkian's ability to reduce that damage additionally. Okay, so, resuming. Let's see here. We've got Cyclone Slam. This is actually a really good attack, because you get to deal earth and wind damage, but if your engaged creature is a war beast, you get to deal an additional 20 damage. So, that's 30 damage just with one attack right here as well. If that was done in real life at a convention or a tourney, there would be no need... There would be a need for breaks. Yeah, 100 creatures versus 100 creatures is insane. Stupefying Tide, Vile, and Melody of Parasitic Mayhem. Next card pack. We're down to the last 4. Rip it open. I keep getting war beasts, but they're not the one I'm looking for. Ah! We got Air. We got Atropole. Mind Strike, Song of the Dyad, Symmetry Slam, another Rasnus, Wind Whip, ooh, this is a new guy, Hifdan, an overworld scout who has Fire and Earth attribute, and when a creature you control gains a music counter, Hifdan gains range and swift 2 until end of turn. Not bad, not bad. And the Hunter's Perimeter. This is actually one of the cards that I was hoping to pull from this set as well. It is a speed initiative Mirage location that says when this becomes the active location, Mepedians gain Invisibility Surprise until end of turn. Basically, all Mepedians get to go first. And at the beginning of combat, reveal a new active location. But if this location is on the battle board as a mirage, your creatures on there also get invisibility, can't be negated. Did I say I use Overworlders or Mepedians? I was a Underworlder. I was Underworlder focused first, but then I kind of came to like the Mepedians a lot. But Overworlders are really cool in their own design and their own way. And the Danians are unique in their own light as well. But personally, not exactly going to be like my major choice. If I had to put my tribes in order from most favorite to least favorite, I would probably say it would be I would actually have to say the Mepedians first nowadays. Then it would be the Underworlders, and then probably the Danians, and then the Overworlders. Why the Mepedians? Mostly because the Mepedians and their war beasts are really cool. I like the concept of having just gigantic monsters out on your board that can just smash face. And why are Overworlders so low on the list? Hey, what's up, Yasha? Overworlders are so low on the list mostly because I have tried countless times to try and create a deck focused around specific abilities, and it is, for some odd reason for me, very difficult. So, Danians, they're kind of straightforward with their thing. Just activate Hive to get the bonuses as much as possible. Underworlders are basically just smack face. And then the Mepedians have the invisibility and the war beasts working in their favor. Oh yeah, Overworlders are that right there, Teddy. That is the problem that I have with Overworlders. They are so broad in their abilities that I don't know how to build them. It's just like I can show you some of the stuff that I've tried to do with Overworlders in the past. I think I've got something with the online play right now, but we will get to that once we finish these last 3 packs, to which I am now hesitant, because I want one specific card really, really bad, and if it's not in here, I'm going to be sad. I'm going to say... I'm going to do this. I'm just going to shuffle the packs real quick. And whichever... I'm going to have my eyes closed. And I'm going to say whichever one that I decide to just pull is the one that we're going to work with first. And I'm going to say... this one. You can do anything, so the option of choice is your downfall. Exactly. They are so broad that their abilities don't focus on a specific thing. Is what I'm basically trying to say. We got Makraban, Lightning Canister, Force Strike, Mind Strike, Hurricane, another Uberon, Fear Fight, Lanker, Hunter's Lure. I just spent another 200 or 300 bucks. At this point, I may very well have to. Either that, or just see if I can find someone selling the card for cheap. Is there a limit to how much battle gear you can have? Each creature is only limited to 1 battle gear, and you can only have, I want to say it was 9 creatures? No, 6 creatures. We will get to that in a moment. We got Air, Atropole, Song of the Dyad, Dexterous Storm. Ooh, a new location. Mipidum Mirage. Where, fondly enough, the initiative goes towards the Danians. All creatures gain Swift 1, and it's a Mirage location to where if a creature can move onto this space, it has to. Liquidescent Swirl. 10 damage, and if you have the water attribute, you lose your water type until the end of turn. Titanics. Echoes of Empty Hands, and Matagore. So after all the pulls, and then broad explanation, time of every... Yes, yes. Then it's time to get chaotic in the real sense. Let's see here. The final pack. Oh. I don't see it. Oh well. Naina. Clawdor. Arbor Smash. Armament Adagio. We've got another Wytod. Shiny. The Song of Desperation. Lanker. Hunter's Lure. And Stupefying Tide. Damn! I wasn't able to pull them. However, out of all the cards that we did manage to pull today, I can easily say the cards that I was hoping to grab include, but are not limited to, bada bang, bada boom. Already had that one. Already had that one. Yes. Obviously, Wytod's actually a really nice card, but wasn't the one that I was trying to grab in particular. We had another Rampasak. That was really good. That was what I wanted to try and get for just my own personal collection. And then we had yes. The Pedian 2 Farm, Drames, Ravita Flower. This was around the beginning. Doesn't Danians have the ability to sacrifice their creatures to help another one of their creatures? Yeah, they've basically thrown the Underworlders' ability of being able to sacrifice their creatures around. Where is he? Where is it? Where is it? It's around here somewhere. Lanker, Uberon. The Hunter's Perimeter. That was one of the locations that I really wanted to. Cyclone Slam was a really nice card that I like. Unfortunately, however, we did not pull the one card that I needed to complete my battle strategy in particular. Let's see. Yep. However, we will certainly go over the card. We will certainly go over my actual. We will certainly go over what I wanted the most when we get to it. But yeah, these were primarily the 4 cards that I wanted the most out of this set. And to add on top of it, I also did actually order a few more interesting cards while I was actually looking at eBay. Because yeah, thank you eBay for having people actually selling these cards on your site. Really needed it. Also, it's just nice to open up some card packs with everybody. But, let's see here. Where was it? I know I had enough. I know I just pulled it. I know for a fact that I had I pulled that extra one. Was it not a shiny card? Wait a minute. Yep. That was Rampus. An Oasis. God. Oh, wait a minute. I see what's wrong. What am I gonna end up explaining first? Do not worry. I'm just looking for one more card real quick. Whoops! No, come back. Yeah, get over here. There we go. Yum. No, not that one. It was a location. It was that Mipidum. School, wasn't it? Mipidum Oasis. Either way. some of the cards that I ended up pulling out of eBay as well was, let's see here. I ended up ordering a card known as the Melody of Mirage. Melody of Mirage's ability basically says target attack deals 0 damage. So if you end up having a attack that's gonna smack you for like 20 or 30 damage, just basically negate it. And Nightwolf, what's going on? How you doing? Let me give you a shout out there, brother. I certainly hope you're having a wonderful day today. So yeah, we got some Melody of Mirage. We've got the Royal Academy at the Royal Mepedian Academy of Melee Arts, which basically says reduce non-attack damage to 0, and it is a Mirage location where creatures can not be the target of music. So basically, just a school in the middle of the Mepedian Canyon, Mepedian Canyon section of the desert, where a master martial artist teaches Mepedian soldiers. Really cool location. Really nice, too. So you just go invisible and avoid music. Exactly. And War Beast that I managed to grab. It'd be doing good eating breakfast right now. Let's go. I certainly hope you're having a good breakfast. One of the War Beasts that I pulled from online that is actually really, really useful. You're gonna see it whenever we do the online stuff. I'd like to introduce you to the the Fire Owl, Ninren. Ninren basically is a War Beast that has a range and Swift 2, and has Recklessness 25, and is a Wind attribute creature. Ninren is a creature that basically is great at jumping past the enemy front lines and getting towards the weaker music casters in the back. Very good, very good. And finally, I have not one, but 2 copies of the Mepedian Oasis, the capital city of the Mepedians, where the initiative is courage and Mepedian creatures that engage while this location is active. Mepedians deal an additional 10 damage on their first attacks. Hell yeah! Gotta love the Oasis in the middle of the desert. Fire Owl, pretty cool. Fire Owl is amazing. And actually, this is where something interesting comes into play. You're really not gonna see it because screw you, camera. But if you guys remember, you guys probably can't forget him because he's shown up so much with this card pulling. If you guys remember my boy Ranoon not only appears in the card art for the War Beast Air, but he also appears in Ninren's. He appears in Ninren's card art. So if I can pull another, God, I have like 5 different airs. Where did they go? I got 15 Ranoons. Get over here, you giant snake thing. Stop being a freaking, get over here. So yeah, Ranoon appears with air in his background, but also Ranoon appears sitting on the very head. It's very hard to see, but you can kind of see that little bit of green splotch above Ninren's head. That is Ranoon. So Ranoon's got 2 War Beasts that he particularly likes. But yes, with all of that, and these cards now being added onto my own personal collection, I think it's about time we stop beating around the bush. And let's see how many games of actual chaotic we can play. So, oh wait, I almost forgot. I was gonna go over a little bit of the extra stuff that I had collected over the years. Don't worry, this won't take long. So, to sort of just go along the lines of what I had created, or what I had collected, the first one that I ever bought was the Underworlders. let's go and say hi to my boys. So, for my Underworld deck, I've got the big bad boss himself, Kaor, the leader of the Underworld, who basically says that for all of his music counters, he can negate any overworld music that targets him. We got Kaor and his skeletal steed, basically just giving Kaor range and swift. We've got Bareth Beyond, a very interesting underworlder who has recklessness. And Fire 5, where basically he gets to deal additional 5 damage with every fire attack. And he intimidates Power 10, so basically reducing your enemy's power value by an additional 10. And he's got, what I kind of mentioned before, the Vile Driver, an ATST from Star Wars that basically shoots varying forms of flames. We got Raren, a giant bat. Oh, Chaotic, I remember that show. Never checked out the cards, though? Hell yeah. That's what we're doing today there, Nightwolf. We're checking out a little bit of Chaotic before we switch over to another card game. Yeah, we've got Raren, who has range, basically being able to move through occupied spaces. And he's got the Sword of Kayat, a sword that basically gives the equipped creature an additional 5 energy and 15 speed. But also says, if equipped creature is a warrior, then it gains, when this creature deals 20 or more attack damage, deal 5 damage to target creature. So basically, if you deal at least 20 damage, you can add on an extra 5. Cyronox is basically a skeletal warrior riding a skeletal steed. And he gets the Dragon Pulse shield. Narfall is a eyeless demon who basically is able to just shoot fireballs. He's got the Wet Crack that I mentioned before. Additional power and additional fire damage to his attacks. Toxis, basically just a demon frog that spews acid, has recklessness himself. And the Supercharged Alternate, a battle gear that basically says you can choose between wisdom, courage, power, or speed, and you get to add 100 to it. 100 to that creature's values. Elemental Denial removes a creature's element. Song of Treachery reduces all of your discipline stats by 15. Shock Song, deal 10 damage to a target creature. Discord of Disarming, destroy a battle gear. The Cannon of Casualty, deal 20 damage just for free. Well, not for free, for a music counter. And Serenade of Subordinates, for 2 music counters, target creature loses 50 in the discipline of your choice until end of turn. But then you can have a creature gain the lost value. And thank you, Captain Crazy. So yeah, lots of fire-based attacks. Ember Swarms, Web Cocoons, Ember Whips, Danelation, a attack that focuses on if I'm fighting against Danians, it deals more damage. Torrents of Flame, and Viper Lash. even though the snakes depicted are cobras. Oh yeah. And also, the Lava Pond. Hordak Falls Plummet Pool. Basically favors Underworlders. Fear Valley. The Brawler's Burrow. And technically you guys already know about the Forest of Life during the eclipse. But yeah. Outside of that, that's basically how much I will cover in terms of how I set up these guys back in the day. Bada bing, bada boom. And then for Overworlders, because we've got ourselves a major Overworld fan here, I will go ahead and go over how I set these guys up. But first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Let's go. Also, here we go. Here's what I can show for you guys in terms of this. Where are you? You were a Danian creature. Yes. But apparently not in this pile in particular. Yeah, go with the other one. That one. There we go. Grab you. That could be picked up later. And let's see. Where did you go? See you. I don't see him. I keep pulling you too. You know what? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Oh. And strain of ash. For you guys to see. This is Colmo. Colmo before all the stuff. Is that some chaotic I see there? Yeah, welcome in there, Dark. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing today? I'll give you a small shout out there. Colmo was a Danian spy, was a Mepedian spy to the Danians, where basically on his own he deals additional damage to Danian nobles, and he has the ability of invisibility disarm. Basically saying all the battle gear that you've got equipped to your Danians are null and void. But during the show, Colmo actually gets captured by the Danians, and he ends up becoming infected by the Danians using their Danian parasites. To which then Colmo ends up becoming a Danian himself. He becomes assimilated into the Danian culture. To which now, instead of spying on the Danians, he ends up spying on the Mepedians. So yeah, just goes to show you how the assimilation ends up working. You end up just growing extra limbs, becoming more bug-like. And the same thing can be said for Rasnus as well. But that's for... that would be for the actual... if you guys actually want to check out the actual show. Which, again, if you guys are indeed curious about checking out the show, you can indeed watch it right here with this link. There's playlists for the entirety of the seasons, and including some stuff for if you speak Spanish or Dutch. But yes, let's go ahead and go over the Overworlders real quick that I've got. Starting ourselves off, we've got Nadrin, the musical man himself, where his ability basically says sacrifice all of his music counters to return a music from your discard pile to your hand. He's equipped with a piece of battle gear called the Weightless Energy Vessel. This Weightless Energy Vessel basically says equipped creatures may not be the target of music, and you can reveal this battle gear. You have to reveal the battle gear at the beginning of the game. So most of the time, whenever you're in the game, all of your battle gear starts off being face down until it actually engages in combat, to which then you flip it face up. With the Weightless Energy Vessel, you have to have it revealed to your opponent at the very beginning. Victar is actually a member of my Overworld deck, which I will definitely have to see whether or not the new Victars that we pulled will actually be replacing this one that I had for so many years. And that Victar is actually equipped with the Prism of Vacuity. The equipped creature gains 5 energy, and you can sacrifice the Prism to gain an additional 20 power. A Breed, and his ability of turning any value of attack damage to 5, joins us in the battle. He's got the Staff of Wisdom, which basically gives him a boost of wisdom to a boost of 25 wisdom to him. We've got a creature named Agror. Basically looks like a reptile that's covered in ghostly feathers. And he is a overworld defender that gives all my other overworlders nearby defender. And defender in the game basically says, oh, you're deciding to attack Nadrin instead of Agror. Well, guess what? Agror can say, I'm going to be your attack target instead. That is defender in a nutshell. And he's got the Liquidizer that I mentioned, where you can sacrifice the Liquidizer to give your equipped creature water until the end of turn. Bodor also joins the battle, because this was basically supposed to be my Wisdom overworld deck. Basically focusing around attacks and abilities that focused around dealing additional damage based on your Wisdom checks. So how many things do Overworlders do that you can think of? They've got... well, if anything, we can go over it, because I've got a whole bunch of extra Overworlders with this deck as well. So, we will go over that, Teddy. We've got the Aspect Amplifier of Wit, which basically says, equipped creature gains Outperform Wisdom 5. Attacks played by equipped creatures that deal an additional 5 damage with successful Wisdom attacks. And then we've got probably my favorite Overworlder. His name is Aparu. Aparu is a shapeshifter. He basically copies the discipline stats, the courage, power, wisdom, and speed, of any monster that he engages in battle with. He basically turns into his enemy. And other versions of Aparu exist where he literally just turns into the copy of the creature that is fighting against him. And he's also got the Supercharged Alternate. Kind of already described what it did. Basically chooses whatever power, courage, wisdom, or speed, and basically increases that value of the creature by 100. Then we got a whole bunch of water-based attacks, earth-based attacks, ash torrents, arbor smashes, freeze flash. Freeze flash is really nice. It can copy a creature. How do you beat it? By basically, if it can copy a creature, it's basically just trying to beat that creature. He's basically Ditto. He's basically the Ditto of Chaotic, where basically he becomes a copy of that creature, and if one beats the other, that's how it goes. This is actually a location in Mount Pillar, the capital city of the Danians. The Mount Pillar Reservoir. Basically, underneath the capital of Mount Pillar, there are giant water pools. Skeletal Springs, basically just a giant acidic swamp. The Overworld Library, a section of Kiru City. But Ditto gains the moves of the creature it becomes. This is true. Which basically you would think would translate to Aparu as well, but does not. He's basically still basically just himself. He just copies the discipline stats of the creature he's fighting. The Overworld Embassy at Mount Pillar. Overworlders trying to make peace with the Danians. The Eye of the Maelstrom, Clodor's home. And the original Forest of Life. As well as Song of Future Sight, a generic music. Empowering Serenade. Song of the Dyad. Rhyme of the Reckless. Intress's Healing Ballad. And the Melody of Miracles. But then we'll also have creatures, because I did say I was going to try and describe some more of the stuff that the Overworlders did. We got Vidav, who is a strategist. He kind of would work with Agror, who basically, again, gave strategists defender. Vidav basically is a decent healer for the team. We got Cult, as you already know him. Cross-Sectus, who is a giant crayfish. If there's generic music, how many music are tribe-specific? Well, for each tribe that exists in Chaotic, there are music that exists for them. So, obviously, we already know about the four major tribes, the Overworlders, the Underworlders, the Danians, and the Mepedians. But then there's also some unaligned creatures and one hidden tribe that I'm not going to do, that I'm not going to spoil if you guys actually want to try and watch the show. We got Bodil, who is basically the Overworlder's librarian. We got Zerv. He hangs out in an area known as the Storm Tunnel. He does a lot of air attacks. We got Slurk, who hangs out in the Mepedian Desert. Basically a giant scorpion. Velreth, a rhino-based creature. Despodin, who is a gazelle. Very fast. Maglax, another defender who is basically just a walking magnet. Bodil again, just in his basic form. Rasnus, the original form of him. I can't take that librarian seriously. Yeah, no one can take him seriously. But Rasnus is the ambassador to the Danians, so he can cast Overworld and Danian music. Again, another creature that you guys are gonna have to watch the show for to watch it, how he becomes, how his story plays out. Lystone, who is a fairy, but also has a very unique ability. It's called Brainwashed. Again, if you guys want to watch the show about what brainwashing is, you'll figure that out. And Makraban. So yeah, it's about time we actually just try to see if we can actually get ourselves a couple of games in now, shall we? Because this deck, or this deck box, it primarily just contains a lot of the extra cards that I have. Actually, real quick, I could show off another one of my favorite Mepedians real quick. His name's Ilav. This guy, basically, the reason why I run him in my Mepedian deck is because he reduces damage dealt to war beasts that I control by 5. Now you might think to yourself, well, Shaman, how does that differ from someone like Ranun, who reduces damage done to war beasts by 10? It's because Ranun can only reduce recklessness damage. Ilav reduces all damage done to your war beast. Am I right to say that about that library? If you want to be taken seriously, become as powerful as the Overworlder wizard. Are you right to say that about a librarian? Well, technically, if you really think about it, wizards are basically librarians in their own right. They just study magic instead of just being like record holders. But yeah, that's why I like Ilav. And his war beast of choice is this big guy back here, who is called, I want to say it was Gafatra. And Gafatra was a war beast that basically says, any music or abilities that target conjurers instead target him. So he's basically a wall for music and abilities for your conjurers. Yeah, but he just yaps on. And don't worry, I don't really work with Bodil myself, so I don't have to worry about that in regards to Bodil and what he's known for. But yes, on that note, I think it's about time we actually got to some of the fun stuff. So let's see whether or not we can get ourselves a couple of quick matches before we switch games. So give me one quick moment. I need to go and get ourselves re-established with a few of the other screens, and then we can jump right into the next part of the chaotic portion of the stream. All we gotta do with this is, let's see here. We gotta go here. We gotta go ahead and we can do that now. Then we need this like that, yes. And that goes there. Good. We just do some minor adjusting with our placement of merchandise. There we are. Then, bada bing. Uh-huh. Haha. And, bada bing. I think, aha. I do believe we are all locked back in. So, we go ahead and transition. Ha ha ha! Welcome back. Welcome back to the campfire. This part of the chaotic stream is going to be the most interesting because now we don't get to just look at all the cards, we don't get to try and explain all the stuff. What we get to do is we get to play the game. And to do so, I thank once again for the moderators on the Discord for this little game. I thank them for helping us to utilize this game. Now Shamanic begins to burn the world of Chaotic. Oh, trust me, in the world of Chaotic, it being burnt down is the least of its worries. But how you doing there, Kulikan? Let me go and give you a shout out there. Welcome in. I certainly hope you have a wonderful day. But now we get to go ahead and do this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Bada Bing! Chaotic Recoded. The fan-made version of Chaotic, where you get to, literally, you can sign in with your Discord, and you can play everything that is chaotic for free. Letting you know. Because, again, this is a fan-made game that you guys can just sign up for and join in, and you have everything available to you, because it's basically just supposed to be more of an archive for the game rather than something that you're supposed to something that they're trying to make money off of. So you can literally just join Chaotic Recode today, and you yourself can actually fight in some matches, create your own decks, look at your own match history, check out the current ban list that the Discord basically moderates, and you can also visit the Chaotic Archive website for all of the different cards that are in the game to help you create your deck. What's that? You want to create a deck that primarily focuses around overworld creatures? Well, guess what? Here is all of the overworld creatures that were released in the game before basically just going on its minor hiatus. Everything from Hotan to Hifdan to freaking what was his name? Where is he? His name was Heptad. We've got things from every pack release here. We've got creatures that were a part of the original release, some creatures that were a part of a set that technically was the next step for the release, but I don't think actually were able to be fully released as physical cards. So yeah, we've got Overworlders, we've got the Danians, we've got the Mepedians, we've got the creatures that are unaligned with the tribes, which basically focus around only 4 creatures, because that was as far as the series was able to go. And yeah, we've got the locations, we've got all of the attacks, we've got the battle gear, we've got, and this is what I wanted to specifically save for you guys for the music, because as I mentioned before, the music in this game basically was supposed to be musical music, right? Well, guess what? You can actually check out the music on this archive just by clicking on this little play button. So let's say, and this, I don't know how loud this is going to be, so apologies if I blast anyone's ears, but If we were to play the music, such as, oh, I don't know, Canon of Casualty, it'd sound like this. Uh-huh. I don't know if that higher pitched note and spiking the, spiking the, what's it called? The noise gate. But yeah, Chorus of the Hive. And of course, it doesn't exactly sound as good as what you would hear from the actual TV show. What I can do in terms of that is I can actually show you guys a few songs that actually play during the series. Let's see here. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm pretty because thankfully I actually looked it up not too long ago. Someone actually created a playlist showing off a large portion of the music that plays in the actual TV show. So, if we take a look at this right here, this would be the song Refrain of Denial. Whoop, whoop, calm down now. What's the site that I'm on? chaoticrecode.com. You will be able to see all of the stuff for this right here. The most infamous song was Song of Ember Nova. Hang on a minute. We do have the Song of Ember Nova right here.
Song of Ember Nova! Light it up!
And again, all of the songs are basically their own sort of thing. Remember that Melody of Mirage that I specifically ordered for my Mepedian deck? This is what it sounds like. Really cool. My favorite, though, I will say this. My favorite of the music songs is actually Decrescendo. Listen to this.
Decrescendo!
That's so fucking cool. I love it. And then there's also the Canon of Casualty that we keep mentioning. Oh, stop it. What? Sheesh. I gotta remember to just press the space bar to pause the thing. But yeah, we've also got things like, let's see here, Ember Flourish.
Ember Flourish!
And of course, this is only just a small selection of all the different songs that you can hear in the TV series. Song of Geonova is another really good one. And I'd say let's do one more. Ooh, the first music that you guys will actually hear if you actually watch the TV show. Fortissimo! Really cool. Really cool. I'm curious what strategies you can make with Overworlders. There's a lot that you can do with Overworlders. Trust me. But, for now, let's go ahead and get back over to Chaotic Recode. And let me go ahead and at least give you a rundown of one of the Mepedian decks that I want to try and show off. And the card that I wanted to try and get the most. My Mepedian War Beast deck consists of Ranun, as you have already seen, Ilav, and Bilkian as my conjurers, and the war beasts Ninren. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Ninren, Blazvatan. This guy was the guy I was hoping to try and get. I really wanted to get Blazvatan because Blazvatan is a Earth 5, Air 5 creature with Recklessness 25, and he's basically the poster child of the archetype. And then, of course, Titanics, which you guys have already met as well. And also, some of these cards actually come with flavor text that you can actually read now. Because, again, screw my camera. But, Ranoon's flavor text: I will not rest until both Maxor and Kaor pay for their treachery. War beasts the size of palaces are under my control. Why would I ever fear a Marillion? Made of lightning and just as quick? Conjuring is worthless without control. And subject, admit that the rewards far outweigh the risks. Dremes. So yeah, these guys also get the battle gear, the War Beast Power Leash, which gives the equipped creature additional 5 energy. But if that a creature is a War Beast, it gains an additional Recklessness 5, but also gains 5 energy for each conjurer you control, and deals an additional 5 damage with its attacks. Basically turning Titanics from a 60 into a 70, 75, 80, 85, 85 health creature. How does Courage and Wisdom help a creature? Courage and Wisdom can help a creature based on the attacks that they try and play. So, for example, if we were to say Courage and Wisdom was instead Speed, you would have to do stat checks or challenges for your attacks, where you would have to compare your stats to your enemy, or you could do stat checks and just compare the attack requirement to what your creature has. And depending on whether or not you meet that challenge against your opponent, or you meet that stat check with your own creature, you get to do additional damage, or a special ability. So yeah, we basically have the Catacombs of the Conjurers, the Mipidum Oasis, Rampasak, the ocean with no water, along with Ravenel Ridge and the Hunter's Perimeter as our locations for the deck, as well as the Revita Flowers on both Blazvatan and Ranoon, as well as the Shalor, a unique little horn that basically says the equipped creature cannot be targeted of abilities, and the Supercharged Alternate. Aren't there also creatures that are essentially hybrids? I mean, if you want to think of it that way, there are technically creatures that have been created. I know. Let me go ahead and do this for you. The guy's name was Momark. Momark here is a clone master. He basically is able to create creatures. He actually created the creature known as Rarin. His flavor text actually reads, a prison guard with Dardamus and Miklon. Rarin has not revealed his secret to them. He is one of Momark's creations. So, Momark created Rarin, but Rarin ended up leaving Momark to join the Underworlders. As well as Staluk, who also was created by Momark. This Momark creation is slow to start and difficult to stop. He also created a creature named Stelgar. He created Zor. He created a lot of different creatures. And the problem is, some of those creatures either ended up becoming really useful overworld creations for their armies, or they ended up becoming just traitors and joining the Underworlders. So yeah. That was also Mepedian or Danian? Yes, you're talking about the infected creatures, like who we just went over, like Kolmo. Kolmo himself, was technically, not a well, I suppose you can call him a hybrid, because he started off as a Mepedian, got infected by the Danians, and became a Danian himself. But thankfully, he also kind of had a redemption arc where he was purified of that Danian infection. So yeah, outside of all that, let's get into some of the actual nit and gritty of it. Because we've got a Mepedian Warbeast deck. I've actually made a Danian Infect deck that focuses on that whole parasite, Danian parasite archetype. Why could the Danians infect? Because the Danians themselves, being bugs, basically focus on... It's basically another bug-like mechanic for them. They've got parasites. Parasites infect the creatures, infect other creatures, and turn them into Danians. And again, based on if Alright, let me start over. Again, the Danians themselves actually get benefits if they are fighting creatures that are infected, or they just gain benefits for each creature that is infected by your opponent. And then also, the Overworlder deck that I tried to create focuses primarily on Wisdom in their damage and water. So we've got trying to challenge your opponent. Hopefully I have higher Wisdom and I get to deal additional damage. Or I basically have, if I can't do the the Wisdom damage, I at least have the water damage to fall on, where a lot of my attacks will give me the water type, or some of my battle gear may give water type. And then finally, we've got Underworld Burn. I've actually seen this. I basically built this deck myself, but I've seen the mechanics for this being used quite often. So we've got things such as Ulmar, who is a inventor of the Underworlders, who can deal damage, and he's usually equipped with something called the Phoenix Belt, where you can sacrifice the Phoenix Belt to deal 10 damage, and if the equipped creature is a fire attribute creature, it deals an additional 10 damage. The elements are important because, as you can sort of see, just with Ulmar here, if your creature can do a specific type of elemental damage, it's an additional bonus on top of what it can already do. So, you can burn your opponent for 10 damage if you get rid of Ulmar's fire. You can sacrifice the Phoenix Belt by dealing 10 damage, and if your creature still has its fire ability, you can still do an additional 10 damage. It's literally just burn, burn, burn. Including, and the thing is, as well, like areas like Flamegate, all attacks count as fire attacks, even if they don't have an attribute to them. They are just fire. Do you have a way to make a creature use all elements? Technically, yes. Because as long as you have the attack or the battle gear that gives your creature a specific element, you can literally have one creature with all 4 elements. For example, one creature that literally just comes with all 4 elements is a creature known as... Oops, I forgot the E, that's why. Is a creature known as Heptad. Heptad is an overworlder who is basically believed to have tapped into the power, the mystical, legendary power that all of the tribes strive to gain control over, which is known as the Kathaka. And the Kathaka is basically, again, just this well of energy and power that is supposed to be hidden somewhere on Param, and whoever controls the Kathaka controls the world. And Heptad here is believed to have tapped into the Kathaka before the Kathaka disappeared and the tribes went to war, so he's got literally all 4 elements: fire, wind, earth, water. And he can also play music from any tribe as well, so that's why Heptad himself is so unique as a individual creature. Now, real quick, let's see if we can't find ourselves a couple of matches. And we do have some people from the Discord actually on right now, so if we wanted to, we could literally just spectate someone else's match. Right now, as you can see, we've got, looks like Mepedians versus Underworlders. Looks like we've got, it looks to be as though we've got an invisibility, Mepedian deck versus Underworlder fire damage deck. And the creatures are fighting right now at the Sands of the Unseen. Is there a benefit being Jack of all trades? Of course there is. You can literally do any attack and get the maximum amount of damage. Also, Nadgerin Win conceded the match, so we actually don't get to see how the fight actually is playing out because the one person already conceded the fight. So Wandering Seeker, this guy wins. So let's see if we can't get ourselves a match. Let's see if we can't start off with Mepedian Warbeast. So yeah, there is a lot to this game that you can just explore, and a lot of really cool things that you can just collect as well. Again, battle gear, creatures, Arctis being Heptad Squire. Every creature in this game has a story, has a background, and the coolest thing about this game, or this, not even game, this whole chaotic in general is, and this is a little bit of a history lesson for you guys, the game existed before the TV show, so everything you see on the show can be translated into the game, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, so we're going against Nicola 3523. Our Mepedian Warbeast deck is going to be going against... we're going to be going up against the Hidden Fifth Tribe. I was kind of trying to keep under the radar, but these guys are Marillions. They are all ocean-based creatures in design and concept. This is going to be a very interesting fight because I'm the attacker. We are going to be fighting at Rapasak, the ocean with no water, and the initiative goes to whoever has fire. So probably not going to be wanting to target you right now. But what we can do instead is we can have Ninren try and go after one of their weaker creatures in the background. So Emswa, a fluid morpher. Target loses an elemental type of your choice. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of you. So, going off of how the TV show goes, you gotta declare you're attacking and targeting creatures. So, Ninren attacks Emswa. Let's get chaotic. Ikuba, Intimidate Wisdom. I lose 30 wisdom. It's a good thing I only have 25 and I don't function off of wisdom with this deck. And the Coral Shard of the Tidal Crest. Equipped Marillion or minion gets water 5 additional water damage. And at the beginning of combat, equipped Coral Shard gains 40 energy if there are 8 or more music counters among creatures you control. So they're working with a Fluid Morph deck. Where basically, every water attack they do, they gain music counters. It's very powerful. However, Ikubra here, being only 70 power, we can probably knock him down pretty quick. So, first off, progressive speed. 5 damage with wind, as well as a total of 15 damage based on speed, if we can make it to the 70. I have 150 speed, so I get to deal a full-on 20 damage to Ikubra right off the bat. But because my recklessness doesn't fully cover Ninren's recklessness, I still take 5 damage. Eidolon Advance. Deal 5 damage to your engaged creature. Oh, deal 5 damage if your engaged creature has one or more music counters. So it's only dealing 10 damage because it doesn't have any music counters on it right now. And then Rampa Sock's ability, because a water attack was played, I get to put Rampa Sock somewhere on the battlefield. I'm going to put it right on top of... Let's go with... Lemon Call. Let's put it on top of Blasmatan, just so that we can cover our spot right there. You could just call it the aquatic race? Yeah, they're just the Marillions. And thank you, Captain, for the care package. Sandstrike! Since I control only Mepedian creatures, I don't have to... I can ignore that only dealing 0 damage. Basically just a tribal-specific type of attack. Unfortunately, though, I'm only dealing 10 damage instead of 15, because Ninren doesn't have the Earth attribute. Morph Wrath. Ikubra doesn't actually have any music counters on him, unless that challenge is based on the number of music counters just on his side of the board. Because if that's the case, he's got at least 4 music counters, meaning he can do at least 15 damage to me. Is that true? Nope, he's only doing 10. He only did 5 actually, because Ilov reduced that attack damage by 5. And now the new active location is Shard Crafter's Workshop. Shards gain equipped creature deals an additional 5 attack damage. Play an attack. Let's go with Dexterous Storm. Actually, no. Let's do Velocitrap. As long as I have at least 15 more speed, I deal 10 damage. 150 to 50, I've got 100 over him. 10 damage is what I'm doing instead. As well as the additional damage from my War Beast Power Leash. So technically I'm also doing additional 5 for that as well. Brawl Crush. And to finish us off, how about some Hurricane? 10 wind damage at the cost of losing wind damage. Let's see if they try to do anything. Extreme Wolf, what's going on? Let me go ahead and shout you out. Carnivore's Keening. Target creature gains 30 energy and recklessness 10. And he's targeting himself. So, what I'm going to do instead is to help with reducing that amount of damage. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use Song of Recovery on Ninren to restore 10 health and reduce damage by, or give him Air 5 to do an additional 5 damage with his attack right now. Ilov, cast that music, please. The Song of Recovery. Hey, you were playing some Stellar Blade? Very nice. Oh no, you were playing Goddess of Victory. Nice. And how'd that go for you? If I can at least take out Ikubra right now, I can at least go after his other weaker Magician Makadin, who is basically supposed to be the team healer for him. Does the sound play when you play the music? No, but what I can do is I can play the song. Song of Recovery. Play it. There you go. Denial Refrain of the Deep. Dispel target music. Yeah, alright then. So no Song of Recovery for me, and he gets to do his Carnivore's Keening. Alright. Fluid Morpher's Fanfare. Target creature gains a music counter and water 5. Oh, alright. Well, for the time being, because I'm going to need a little bit of health. Actually, no. Let's see what attack he does. Morph Wrath. So you want to try and do an additional 5 damage with your Morph Wrath. I think I can accept that. Actually, you know what? Ranun, use your ability to heal Ninren at least by 10 damage points. Let's go. They're allowing it. And now, for our next attack, as we sacrificed our wind attribute, we're going to need to play Dexterous Storm to regain it. Now you're only down to 5 energy. Burning Rain. It would deal 10 damage. It deals 10 damage instead. You're gonna try and... 4 music counters. You're trying to heal 25 damage to all creatures you control. Fortunately. For that. However, I can at least reduce that damage that you're gonna send to me by playing Melody of Mirage. Getting rid of Kubra's effect. Bilkian, reduce it. Oh no. Hang on a minute, I targeted the wrong thing. I gotta target the attack. There we go. Can't do anything about that. Good. I can at least... Oh! Yep, that'll do it. Slash Claw. If my engaged creature has recklessness, deal that recklessness damage value to my opponent, but double that recklessness value. Ninren wins the battle. And because of Rapasak's ability, because technically it was the active location, we get to gain a music counter on Ninren. Oh. But unfortunately it wasn't the actual Mirage location. Rampasak's ability was... Oh, technically I should have been able to. Either way, though. Let's go ahead and just end turn there. Now it's the opponent's turn. Glacier Plains during the Marillion Melting Camp. Initiative is the Fluid Morphers. At the beginning of combat, each player may sacrifice 2 music counters. If a player does not, their engaged creature loses 50 in each discipline. That's not good. Oh, we got Lamin Call trying to attack Ninren. Glacier Plains, the trigger for that, I basically would have to sacrifice my... Technically, I don't work off of Courage and Power. I only work off Speed, and losing 50 Speed wouldn't be that bad, but then again, those attacks that he may send my way could be detrimental to me. So I'm gonna say... we'll sacrifice the music counters. Ass. The music right now for me is completely locked out, as well as abilities. Quick exit. Challenge Wisdom 15. Deal 10 damage. 55 to 25. Yeah, that's dealing 10. But because of I Love, it's only 5. We're gonna go ahead and use Sand Strike. That should do at least 15 damage, thanks to the War Beast Power Leash. You're going to try and remove my element? Well, guess what? Song of Shelter, which I'm gonna have to look up for. Song of Shelter! Defend Ninren! No, what? No, why can't I activate my... Oh, I don't have any music counters! I can't play my music! No! Shit. Alright then. I still do 10 damage. Invader's Tactics. If your opponent controls the active location, deal an additional 5 damage, but it's only just doing 10, so... Haha. And I don't even have air to work with anymore, so, no, I can't do anything with my attacks. Trampling Tackle can at least deal 5 damage, so... Well, now I'm awake. What have I missed? You joined us during our first actual chaotic match. Crawl Crush. If you're engaged creature equipped with a shard, deal an additional 10 damage. Ow. Progressive Speed. You may not be... I may not have wind, but I at least have speed on my side still. Eidolon advance. You have more music counters, fine. Let's go with... Trampling Tackle again. I'm losing energy, but you're losing energy faster. An attack card named Poison Panic is in your attack discard pile. Reduce Poison Panic's damage by 5. So you're only doing 10 damage still. Actually, no. You're only still doing 5 because of Ilof. Thank you, Ilof. This is why I love you. And Sirocco! This is what I definitely need. Even though I can't do any of the air damage and have the air ability, I can still at least deal 5 damage. Boral Balls. If your engaged creature has Defender, you're a Scout. Your 5 damage has been completely negated. And Blind Fury for the win. Brood Morph Chords. Deal 20 damage to a target Fluid Morpher. I need my win back. I need my win back now. Before this guy ends up killing me. 5 damage. Another Blind Fury. 10 damage, boom. Ice Sheet? Deal an additional 5 damage for each... Oh, no. Well, I'm dead. Because Ice Sheet is based off of music counters, and he's got 5. Damn. Laman Call wins. Alright then. My turn. As he moves his creatures around the battle board, trying to give me some pressure. Hunter's Perimeter. Initiative is speed. When this becomes the active location, Bepenians gain surprise until end of turn. Alright then. Let's do this. Roll is equipped with the Crawl Shard of the Tidal Crest. I think it's about time we sent in some heavy hitters. Lazbatan goes for Roldal. Hunter Perimeter. Intimidate Courage. Fine by me. However, Hunter's Perimeter goes right on top of us. And I actually activate the ability of my Revita Flower Battle Gear, sacrificing it so that I can put some music counters on Ranun again. Let's go. I have access to my music again. Removing element. Which one you gonna get rid of? Wind or earth? Got rid of my wind. That's fine. I can just get it back! Arbor Smash! Courage 50? I got 120 courage. Thank you very much. Oh, I need to get my wind back, not my earth. Blood Force, 15 damage. Ow. Hey, you know what, though? Can't do that, because I lose Elemental Type Air. Sediment Storm Shield. Because I at least still have Earth, I can heal for 5 damage. Tainted Thunderstorm. Future counters 1. Deal 20 damage. As long as you have at least one more. Don't even have any music counters. Never mind, that was based on your actual team. That hurt. As you can see, Fluid Morpher team is very much effective. Sediment Storm Shield again? Let's just do some damage. Arbor Smash. Blood Force. Another 15 damage. Ow. I'm not... Actually, I am faster. I can deal 10 damage with this. But also trap while I do jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go. Pass. Out freeze. You may choose to have out freeze deal no damage, but gain 100 wisdom instead. I'm gonna say... Strain of expensive delusions! You destroy his battle gear. Denial Refrain of the Deep again? Ah! Alright, fine. Ranoon, heal Blasphatan. Dexterous Storm, regain my wind attribute, please. Although it may be too little too late. Tidal Surge. It only deals 5 damage. $11 music counters. 11 music counters. 7 music counters, by the way. Just pointing all that out. Sand Strike. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 damage going your way. How dare you remove my element again? Actually, now that I have it, Song of Shelter, defend my creature, and play the music again. Ink Ray did nothing. Sediment Storm Shield. No, he killed him! He killed Blasphatan, no! Alright then. At this point, it's basically GG. He's got too many fluid morphers, or he's got too many music counters to activate his abilities. He can keep shutting down all my elements. He can shut down my elemental types. He can heal all of his he can heal everybody for 25 damage. And yeah, if he has exactly 3, and if this guy has 3 music counters and gets defeated, he just basically revives himself. Goddamn. Poison Panic. Ow. Deals a full 10 damage to me. Progressive Speed. Who's actually fighting? Oh, Ranoon. Oh, Lamin Call jumped the freaking the line and is going after my healer. Progressive Speed isn't gonna do anything. Because big boy Ranoon has only got 45 speed. Damn it. Wrath. Music counters. He's got 13. He's dealing 15. He's dealing 20 damage to me right now. Ow. Down to 10. And Hurricane. Just because I can. Liquid Essence Swirl. Kills me. And that, my dear friends, is basically game. Without... I have no access to any of my music to reduce the recklessness damage. Lamin Call and his fluid morphers are basically just dominating right now with their values for their attacks. And in my hand, I've got attacks that basically are ineffective. Against what I actually could do. But, you know what? I'll at least have Titanics go put up a fight. But hey, at least it was a good fight. Ninren was able to take on quite a number of... Well, Ninren was able to put up a really good fight. First off, Arbor Smash. Then Trampling Tackle could be next, because then Titanics at least has Earth. He'd have to sacrifice a full 4 of his music counters in order to negate my stuff. Oh my god, that crash thing. Trampling Tackle. Dexterous Storm. Arbor Smash again. What? Oh. Why is my Arbor Smash not giving me my Earth attribute? What? Got a minute? Oh dear. Well, either way, progressive speed at the very least. I've got at least 70 speed to work with. Ow. You keep removing my element, you prick! Alright, well, that is GG. I will concede. You win. The Fluid Morphers popped off way too hard. But hey, we can at least try... Let's see if we can get at least one more fight, because I want to try and at least work with my Infectious deck before we switch over games. Depending how quickly that goes. But yeah, Chaotic is a very interesting game. It's got a lot to work with. It's got a very strong base in terms of its gameplay, and there's various different ways to play it. So if you guys want to check it out, again, feel free to check out Chaotic Recode. And also check out the YouTube, where you'll be able to check out all of the epic little TV series. It's a lot of fun. And again, because this is just a fan-made game, you don't have to pay for anything. You got all the cards available to you, so you can try and make any kind of deck that you want and see how well it goes. Although I will admit, if you want to try and challenge someone specifically, you kind of really can't do that just yet. The matchmaking itself is literally just in beta. But yeah, again, you got the Overworlders, Underworlders, Danians, Mepedians, Marillions, the Untribe that you can work with. You have an idea for a deck? Fair enough, fair enough. And you know what? This might be taking a little longer than I was kind of hoping for. So, we will just go ahead and leave Chaotic for now. Again, feel free to check it out on your own terms if you want. But now, real quick, I gotta go and take care of just a minor little thing. I will be right back, and then we can switch games over to the next half of the stream. So, I will be right back. BRB. Where am I? Camera? Aha! There we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's about time we switched gears and we went from chaotic to a little bit of what you probably have already expected this to be. We are going to be checking out the new cards introduced with Magic the Gathering. We are going to be playing Magic the Gathering Arena. And because of the new set that got released, we get to play... Oh dear. Oh god. Hang on a second. Why are you so bored? Game. Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? You. First off, that down. That here. Good. Get me in there. Also. How did you make yourself? Must have been for whenever I had the scalings for, whenever I had the scalings for all the Zoo Tycoon games. And... there we go. That's much better. Alright, so yeah, we get to open more card packs now. Because we're checking out... Jesus. Get out of here. We're checking out the Final Fantasy card set that got released. So, let's dive right into it, shall we? Let's just get it right out of the way. So we can make a deck and actually try and, you know, use it. Ultimecia, the Time Sorceress. The Omnipotent. Blazing Bomb. The Gigantode. Ranabaster, the Royal City. Dreams of La Laguna. And Prompto Argentum. Interesting, so we got Prompto. Healthy shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. Cool. And... Midgar, City of Mako. Sacrifice an artifact creature, and if you do, draw 2 cards, and this land enters tapped, and add 1 black mana. Cool. So they got land, they got town, they got lands going on adventures now. That's pretty cool. Charlayan, the Nation of Scholars. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Travel the Overworld. Affinity for Towns. Draw 4 cards. Affinity for Towns. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each town. Not bad. Random Encounter. Shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. Put a creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste at the beginning of the next end step. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. The Gubu Gardener. A plant beast. Crossroads Village. And Magitech Infantry. Robot soldiers. Get +1 attack as long as you control another artifact. Search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry and put 1 onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Machinist's Arsenal. The Machinist's Arsenal. Job Select. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. Alright, not bad. If a creature gets... oh, a quick creature gets 2/2 for each artifact you control, and is an artificer in addition to its other types. Nice! Mimicking Final Fantasy XIV? Not mimicking. Referencing. Literally, everything here is just a Final Fantasy reference. Because it's the Final Fantasy arc, deck set. I mean, in the mechanics. Ah, yes. Fair enough, then. The Ambrosia Whiteheart, a white chocobo. When Ambrosia Whiteheart enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. And Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, Ambrosia Whiteheart gets an additional attack until end of turn. Freya Crescent. Jump. During your turn, Freya Crescent has flying. Add 1 red mana, spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell. Ooh! We actually got ourselves a full card art! A promise fulfilled. Light up the stage. Sorcery, Spectacle, 1 red mana. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Syncopate. Counter target spell unless its controller plays X mana. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Rook Turret. And Magic Damper. And the final card. From Father to Son. Search your library for a vehicle, reveal it, and put it in your hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. Getting all those nice wild cards. The Balam T-Rexor. A dinosaur trample. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life with forest cycling. Literally just a fucking T-Rex. Nice. And Shadow Creeps, welcome in. How you doing today? The Loporit Scout, a rabbit scout. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets 1/1 until end of turn. The Dragoon's Wyvern. This creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Side quest, catch a fish. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature card, you can reveal it and add it to your hand. Put a card into your hand this way, create a food token, and transform the enchantment into the cooking campsite. Add 1 white mana, and for 3 mana and tapping it, sacrifice an artifact. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. I like. Thunder Magic. Thundraga. Varying extra mana costs, you can deal additional damage to target creature. I like. After you finish pack opening, look at the full arts I got. Fair enough. Auron's Inspiration. Attacking creature gets 2 until end of turn with a flashback. Nice. Luciox's Sacrifice. As an additional cost to the cast a spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2. Counter target, activated ability. Interesting. Next. Trendo, the Dark City. Gon, the Town of Ruin. Light of Judgment. Deal 6 damage to target creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. It's pronounced Louisa. Oh, my bad. Golbez, Golbez, clad in darkness. Or Seer Conrad the Grim. Legendary creature, the Human Knight. Whenever another creature dies, or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, Golbez deals 1 damage to each opponent. And you can also have your opponent's mill a card. The Albed Salvagers. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain a life. The Dragoon's Lance. Job select. Create a 1/1 hero, as well as equipped creature gets 1 and is a knight in addition to other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. And the Gaybolg. That's what it is. The Gaybolg is the name of the lance, and it's equipped 4. I like. Jill, Shiva's Dominant. Legendary creature, human noble warrior. When Jill enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. For 5 mana and tapping Jill, exile her, then return her to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. To which then it becomes the legendary summon Shiva, Warden of Ice. Mesmerize for 2 turns, target creature can't be blocked, and then for the 3rd, Cold Snap. Target all lands your opponent controls. Exile Shiva, then return to the battlefield. This will be your monster no more. Or I will be your monster no more. I like. That's cool. Next. Coral? I think that's coral. A cat beast. Tap target non-enchantment creature. Garland, Knight of Cornelia, or Chaos the Endless. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. When Chaos dies, put it at the bottom of the owner's library. Oh yeah, I've got like 2 full arts so far. Laporit Scout, the Mysidian Elder. When this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. The Hill Gigas, a giant with trample, haste, and mountain cycling. Sabo Tender, a cactus with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Jekt, the Reluctant Guardian. Jekt was Titus's dad, wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken. Menace, whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Vraska's Final Aeon. Jekt Beam. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card, and then Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Nice. Continue. Another promise fulfilled. Bonus sheet. Laughing Mad has an additional cost to discard. Discard a card. Draw 2 cards. Guadosalam, the Far Plane Gateway. The World Map. Sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a basic land. Put it on your land. Into your hand, then shuffle. Or sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a land card. Reveal it and put it into your hand. Wait, what? You do it 4 times? Or no. Sacrifice this artifact. Sacrifice this artifact. So you're either sacrificing the artifact for 1 mana and tapping, or sacrificing the same artifact for 3 mana and tapping. Search your library for a land card. Not basic land card specific. Gotcha. Capital City. Thief's Knife. Job select. Create a thief or a hero. And it has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And it is a rogue in addition to other types. Yay! A mythic wild card. Let's go. Another one. No idea what bonus sheet means? I don't either. The Kirin Merchant. A beast citizen. Draw a card, then discard a card. Or sacrifice this creature, draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. Suplex. Either deal 3 damage to a target creature. If that creature would die, exile it. Or just exile it. A artifact. Judge Master Gabrynth. Or Judge Magister Gabrynth. Keykern. Keykern? Is that how it's spelled? Oh, a Keykern. Thank you. Most important things in TCG is red. Exactly. Menace. Other creature or that control dies. Put a 1/1 counter on Judge Master Gabrynth. And Edgar, King of Figaro. King of Figaro? Figaro? Oh no. When Edgar enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. 2-headed coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn. Those coins come up heads and you win those flips. Something. I don't know. Continuing. Moving on. Where are my summons? I want to see my summoned creatures. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. Lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a 1/1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. That is fucking beautiful. Crystal Fragments. Summon Alexander. There's my summons. Excuse me. Equipped creature gets 1/1. For 7 mana, exile this equipment, then return it to the battlefield transformed. Alexander himself is a 4/3 flying creature, but as a saga creature, prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn, or 2 turns, or tap all creatures your opponents control for the final 1/3 part of the saga. White Mage's Staff. A creature gets 1/1 and has whenever this creature attacks, you gain a life. It is Cleric in addition to other types. Nice. Scorpion Sentinel. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets an additional 3 attack. Baron, the Airship Kingdom. And Minwu, the White Mage. Vigilance and Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on each cleric you control. So, Crystal Fragments. Actually, no. Yeah. Crystal Fragments. Yeah. White Mage's Staff and Minwu would be useful. Together. Continue. Poison the Waters. All creatures get -1/-1, or target player reveals their hand, you choose an artifact creature card from it, and that player discards that card. We got Ifrit! Holy shit! Alright then, let's go! We got Ifrit! For 2 parts of his saga, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. And then for 2 other parts of his saga, you just get 1 free red mana. Not bad for a human. A Saga Demon. Ultros, the Obnoxious Octopus. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana has been spent to cast it, put 8 1/1 counters on Ultros. Insomnia, the Crown City. When it enters, get a white and black mana. Or white or black. Pull the Mountain Chocobo! Search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets 1/0 until end of turn. It has flashback too. Nice! So quite literally, you can have a Chocobo deck. Blitzball. Add 1 of any color, add 1 mana of any color, and the ability Goal! Sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent has dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. If an opponent was dealt combat damage. Lunatic Pandora. Surveil 1, and for 6 mana, sacrifice Lunatic Pandora, destroy target non-land permanent. Kefka, the Court Mage. Or Kefka, the Ruler of Ruin. Whenever Kefka enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Now you draw a card for each type among cards discarded this way. And for 8 mana, sacrifice a permanent of each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. My throat's going dry. Ugh. Too much talking today. Kefka, the Ruler of Ruin. Whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you may draw that many cards. Jesus! Ooh! The Imperial City of Arcades. A creature wall. A defender. When this creature enters, draw a card. A Namazu Trader? When this creature enters, lose 1 life. You create a treasure token. If this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact, and you can surveil. Black Mage's Rod. Whenever it comes out, create a 1/1 hero, and that creature gains when it deals 1 damage. Oh, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent, and it's wizard in addition to its other types. Cloudbound Moogle. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, and it's a plane cycle. Ultima. Destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn. And that's only for 5 mana. What? The fuck? Windrust, the Federation Center. Fate of Sinchrist. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. Item Shopkeep. Whenever you attack, targeting a attack creature gains menace. Queen Brain. Prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets 1/1 until end of turn. And whenever Brain attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh god. A shambling Sith? Scythe? Gonna have to help me out here. This creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-land creature, you may pay black. And thank you, Apple. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hurrah! Next card. Barks and Boko. Affinity for birds. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each bird you control. Oh god, I gotta sneeze now. When Barks and Boko enters, each bird you control enters down. Oh wait, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Again, Chocobo deck. Fuck me. Omega, the Heartless. Dying here. Evolution. Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. Outrub. Oh, well, that's not outrub. Kutub? Kutrub Forayer? If there's not a coat of arms in that Chocobo deck, you're doing it wrong. Clearly. When this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Grand Pulse Ochu. Death Touch. And for 8 mana until end of turn, this creature gets a 1/1 for each permanent card in your graveyard. Adventurer's Airship. Whenever this vehicle attacks, draw a card, then discard. Reach the Horizon. Search your library for 2 basic land cards and or town cards with different names, put them onto the battlefield, and shuffle. That's actually really good. Ultima. Origin of Oblivion. A god creature. When Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has tap. Add basic mana. When you tap a land for basic mana, add an additional basic mana. Malboro. A plant horror. Bad breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Sephiroth's Intervention. Destroy a creature, and you gain 2 life. Black Waltz number 3. Flying a Death Touch. When you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. Shinra's Reinforcements. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards, and you gain 3 life. And the Lunar Whale. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. The final fantasy pack that I've got. Adventurers Inn. Search for the Frozen Esper in the actual classic Final Fantasy game art. Destroy a target artifact or enchantment, its controller gains 4 life. The Airship Crash. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. And the Adventurer's Inn. When this land enters, you gain 2 life. Add basic mana. Joshua the Phoenix Dominant. When Joshua enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Exile Joshua, then return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. A 4/4 flying lifelink legendary creature, the Phoenix, Warden of Fire. Rising Flames. For 2 parts of the saga, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and then Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creature cards with total mana value of 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile Phoenix, then return it to the battlefield. Holy shit. These summon creatures are actually really good. I like them. I like them. And finally, just because I ended up just having to buy a couple packs, what kind of legendaries do we pull? Sarah Farron. That's a Final Fantasy card. First legendary creature spell you cast costs 2 less to cast. At the beginning of combat, for your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you can transform Sarah Farron into the Crystallized Sarah. First legendary creature spell you cast, the legendary creatures you control get 2/2. Jesus. Avenger of the Fallen, Death Touch, Mobilize, X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Fountain Port. That's Bloomhaven. And this is Arkir. The Abyssal Harvester. Holy shit. Exile target creature from a graveyard that was put there this turn. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a nightmare in addition to other types. Then exile all the tokens you control. Clive, Ifrit's dominant. Whenever Clive enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. And for 6 mana, exile Clive, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Ifrit, the Warden of the Inferno. Lunge for Saga 1. Ifrit fights up to 1 other target creature you control. It's a 9/9 demon, by the way. And for the remaining 2 sides of its saga, add 4 red mana. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it, then return it to the battlefield. Holy shit. Ugh. The Abyssal Harvester. Abyssal, not abysmal. And Go-Go, the Master of Mimicry, a legendary wizard. Or XX and tapping. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. That's insane. Now let's try and make a deck out of all of this. Because we got a lot of cards that we can work with. And, just letting y'all know, I already kind of started on this. I kind of already started this. We've got a whole bunch of different things that we can work with. First off, Crystal Fragments. That was definitely a card that I was going to want. I basically just added 1 card for each of these, just based on what I wanted to try and pull. But we've got a whole bunch of things, such as Knights of the Round. I already created 2 Yunas, Hope of Spira, because I want to make a summon deck. Each enchantment creature you control have Trample, Lifelink, and Ward 2. And at the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. That finality counter should be, if it ends up getting destroyed, it gets exiled instead. And then we've got things such as Summon Titan, Summon Fat Chocobos, Grimoire. We got a whole bunch of just different things, but let's see here. We're going to stick to the Final Fantasy archetype. We're also going to... Whoops. Where'd it go? Get over here. Bang. Final Fantasy, we're also going to want to see the cards that we haven't collected yet. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see here. I know for a fact that this is the color scheme that we're going to want to work with. Yuna's ability is just white and green, but we're going to try and mix in red because I like red, green, and white. I know for a fact, we're going to want to try and stick in... Where'd he go? Here you go. Here he is. Clive. We're going to want at least 1 Clive in this deck. After seeing that. We're definitely going to want my boy Fenrir, because Saga Wolf is awesome. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tab, then shuffle. Heavenward Howl. When you cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. An Ecliptic Growl. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. So we're going to create, like, maybe him. Bada bang. Add another one of those. Primal Garuda. Aerol Blast. This creature deals 4 damage to target tap creature and opponent controls, or Slipstream. Another target creature you control gets 1 and gains flying until end of turn. Could be useful. Rama. I will get to you in a moment there, Avel. Thank you. Well, I'll see you all later. Have a good one there, Captain. I certainly hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I know for a fact I'm going to want fucking Bahamut. Bahamut gets in this deck. even if it's just one. Titan, Fat Chocobo, Grimoire, Cerberus, double and triple when you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. Copy it twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. Rama, this creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. Wizards you control. Wizard specific. Another target creature goal when flying. Yeah, we can make a couple of you. Why not? Primal Garudas. Do I have another Ifrit? I do not have another Ifrit. I can make another Ifrit, though. It's a common card. There you go. And I know for a fact we're going to want Summon. If we can stick in summon-specific cards. Excuse me. Enchantment creatures, crystal fragments, equip creatures get 1/1, exile it to get Alexander. Rama, Fenrir, Baldir, Esper's Origins. Gain 2 life if the spell was cast from the graveyard, exile it from the graveyard, put it onto the battlefield, transformed, get Esper modded. Titan. Until end of turn, another target creature you control gains trample and gets XX, where X is the number of lands you control. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. And mill 5 cards. We can probably get, like, maybe 2 of them. Because they're not legendaries. Fat Chocobo. This is definitely a card that you're going to want if you're working with a bird deck. Summoner's Grimoire. Equip creature is a shaman in addition to other types, as whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If that card is an enchantment card, it enters tapped and attacking. Definitely getting a couple of those in. Because, yeah, if I can just summon something from my hand for free, bada bing. And then Cerberus, unfortunately, I cannot craft another one, so we are done with crafting in that regard. See here? That's just all the summon stuff. How about we try and throw out... There's that kid who had the Phoenix ability. Where's the kid? Where is he? Called Fat Chocobo, Clive, Gilgamesh. Was he, multicolored? Multicolored. Black Waltz, Garland, Town City. Joshua, the Phoenix Dominant. There you go. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, was definitely a card I'm just going to want to add. Legendary creature spells you cast each turn cost 2 less. And at the beginning of combat, we'll go ahead and add it to Sarah. Ranavaster, the Royal City, because we're working with red and white. Let's see here. You know, might as well mix in some of the Final Fantasy music. Chocobo Racetrack, A Realm Reborn. Other permanents you control have add 1 mana of any color. Earth Crystal. Bard's Bow, Traveling Chocobo. I suppose Gabu Gardener would be a decent early game mana ramp. And let's see here. Light of Judgment, 6 damage to target creature, destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that. Could be useful. Hall of the Mountain Chocobo. Search your library for a mountain card. A little bit of mana search. In case I gotta deal with artifacts. Okay. Thunder Magic. And I guess I could throw an Ultima. It's a bit of a play, but it's certainly an interesting idea. Side quest, catch a fish. White Mage's Staff, Auron's Inspiration, a Dragoon Lance, Ambrosia Whiteheart. Return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. May return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. So that's just returning your thing into your hand. Interesting. Magic crystal fragments. That ends up just creating Alexander. But also functions as a 1/1. Let's see. What else we got? Need some more green support. Can never have enough green. Bambalam T-Rexor. The Ancient Adamantoise. All damage that will be dealt to you and your other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. When this creature dies, exile it. Then tap creature tokens. Xanarkand. Create a 1/1 hero token. This land enters tapped, and I put a 1/1 counter for each land you control. Could be cool. I only got room for 5 more cards, though, so let's see. What's our, got a lot of 2, 3, we got a large portion of 5 and 6. I need some more early game stuff. Yeah, welcome in there, Hydro Taco. That turtle is insanely good because he absorbs every bit of damage that would be dealt to you. I technically could try and create one if I really wanted to as well. Jumbo Cactuar, 10,000 needles. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets 9,999 attack until end of turn. In fucking sane. Rydia's return. Creatures you control get 3/3 until end of turn, or you can return up to 2 target permanent cards from the graveyard to your hand. We actually don't have that much in terms of higher damage endgame creatures. Maybe some Rydia's return could be for damage boost. Garuda's a 3/3. Summon the Mountain Chocobo just creates 2/2s. Grimoire just creates a 1/1 creature. Titan's a 7/7. 3/5. 9/9. 6/6. 9/9. Maybe I do have a bit of decent endgame damage. As long as I control 7 or more lands, Gigantode is a 6/6. Search your library for 2 basic land cards or town cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. I do like the sound of that. Craft another one. Have I seen Traveling Chocobo? Yes, I have. In fact, actually, just... Chocobo. Saz Chocobo. Chocobo Kick. Side quest, raise a Chocobo. Traveling Chocobo. Top card of your library. At any time, you may play lands and cast bird spells from the top of your library. Ooh! You know, that's actually a decent card there. Too bad I call it a great one. Perfect for a Chocobo deck, though. Perfect for a Chocobo deck. Let's take a look at lands real quick. By any chance, can I get some extra land color coverage? Capital City gives me 2 extras. Let's reduce Forest and Plains. Traveling Chocobo is so good if you pair it up with Spring Heart Nantaku. Something like that. Fair enough. I'm not dealing with that, but the Winter's Federation Center. Some extra green-white coverage. Get rid of little bit more in that regard. That's what? 7, 14, 14 plus 7, that's 21, right? 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, yeah, 21. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Use that more. So we at least have the 24. And we only do have one Ranabaster. Can we create another one? Yes, we can! Let's make another Ranabaster. There you go. We've got towns, which are technically cities more along the lines. Royal City, the Federation Center, the capital city. And who are not legendaries, but you guys are legendaries, but you're not a legendary. Hell, Bahamut isn't even a legendary. I don't have any vehicles. Ooh, Aerith, right. Wasn't Aerith really good? Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on Aerith. Whenever Aerith dies, put X 1/1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of 1/1 counters on Aerith. G could be very useful. Too bad I can't make her. Damn it! I should have fucking looked. Yeah. Springheart has 1 green bestow whenever you land whenever a land enters the battlefield, you may gain 1. And if you do, create a token copy of bestowed creature. If you don't, create a 1/1. Okay, you might just need to copy paste the ability, because I don't think there's a 1/1 incest token. It's well, I apologize. English.exe stopped working. Yeah, you get to create incest tokens. That's an interesting thing right there. Insect. There you go. What? Yeah. Good laugh though. Fucking wasn't expecting to see that today. Alright, let's see here. Ooh. Other creatures you control get 2/2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them? Ah! Why? Knights of the Round. They're indestructible themselves. Fuck it. A summon to potentially say fuck you to Bahamut. And now for 3 more cards. Who can I add? What can I add? I don't even know. Side quest. Raise a Chocobo. Create a 2/2 Greenbird creature token. Whenever a land controls enters, get 1 attack. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform the enchantment into the Black Chocobo. When this permanent transforms into Black Chocobo, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tab, then shuffle. And every time you get the land, the Chocobo gets the attack until end of turn. I mean, could be cool. Fuck it, let's do it. Raise a Chocobo. Orgul, a Fine Hound. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 for each dog or wolf you control. Well, that's cool. But what cards in this set are wolf? Fenrir and him. Although he would be an excellent legendary creature to add to a wolf deck, that's for sure. But then again, it's only if you also run humans. It'd be perfect for a werewolf deck, actually. Yeah, that's a card for werewolf decks if I ever seen one. First human creature spell you cast, werewolves always start off as human werewolves. Then it just transforms into a werewolf, so you'll be able to get a 1/1 counter for each dog or wolf you control. Remember that you have more in the set? True. there's also the green and black, or the blue and the black. Haven't looked at those. Battle menu. Choose one. Attack, attack, ability, or magic. Destroy target creature with 4 power or greater. Hello. What? Fuck. Well, Ambrosia Whiteheart. Summons 4 days. Let's go. Let's see how well this deck functions, eh? And we already have a willing participant right off the bat. Let's do this. White and green has lots of dogs and humans. That also means if you see an Ocelot's Pride, it can't kill it. Oh, really? Interesting. Ooh, look at these lands. Also, quick throw. Yeah, I'll work with that. We will send you back. Swiftwater Cliffs. Forest! Oh. Opting. Ooh. I'm gonna say plains. Time being. Drake Catcher. Interesting. You've got incubation counters. Free to create a blue Drake creature token. Alright. Let's start off with Gobu Gardener. Okay. Chart a course. Nice. That prowess. Get 1/1 till end of turn. Not bad. Lava Runner. Interesting. Ranamaster, the Royal City. Or the Royal City. And we shall summon out the Summoner's Grimoire. Interesting. Arcfire Immolator. Dive down. Can't be targeted. Yeah, it just gains hex. Burst lightning. No. Ow. All right, have it your way. Starting off, Primal Garuda. We're gonna blast that Lava Runner. No attacks. Arcane Epiphany. Sacrifice this creature, deals damage to my summon. I'll block that. I'll block you. Alright, alright. Let's do this. Ooh, let's do this. This ought to be fun. Summoner's Grimoire, attached to the Gobu Gardener. And attack! Bring out Titan! My little plant boy has got some punch to him now. Returning... I've got to return a land from my graveyard. Nice. Let's throw out... this. Oh, it's just changing the equipment. Okay. Ooh, does that work? Costs 2 less to cast. But I have to be specific. You know what? Fine. Sarah Farron. And Garnet. Titan, go for it. Yeah, that's fine. Boom, boom. Alexandria needs to attack in order to remove a lore counter from each of my sagas. Titan's gonna pop next turn. Target creature shall be called. How about Garnet? There's this dog. Let's just dive right into it. Or maybe we shouldn't. Gain 5? Sure, why not? He ain't no soccer creature. And then attack with 1. I'd say an even trade. I got 4, that's 6. Fiery Annihilation. My mana ramp. Runner. I'll block that. Thank you very much. We're gonna want that Grimoire on my Bamalam T-Rex. And let's just jump into it. Summon. You know what? Let's do Fenrir. Grab me some more green. Make up for a good game. Alright. 2 out of 3 it is. Cool. And doable, technically. Let's try it. My little buddy. So happy to have you there, my friend. Alrighty. Windrust, the Federation Center. Forest. Let's go with Gobu Gardener. Battle Mage Captain. Alrighty. Forest. Oh, wait. First off, raise a chocobo. Forest. I couldn't attack with them yet, though. Meow. Got a lot of opt in there, don't you? Lava Runner. Eek. No blocks. Runabuster. With Fenrir. Give me some more red. Attack! Any creature I summon this time gets an additional 1/1, so Joshua, the Phoenix's Heart. Or the Phoenix Dominant. Discard 2 cards to draw that many cards? Do though. Because the next card is Ambrosia's Whiteheart. And I'm gonna return... Let's bring back Fenrir. No attacks. No! My chocobo. A planes. To boost my chocobo. Primal Garuda! Fenrir. Let's grab some planes. Attack! Fiery annihilation! Gains flying until end of turn, Fenrir. Mountain. Thunder magic. Thundra! Get rid of Balmor. Ah, raise a chocobo to that. Need to control at least 4 birds. And now the creature gets flying until end of turn. You guys are basically just popping off the field at this point. Raise a chocobo! Fall of the mountain chocobo! Hello again, Niv Mizzet. No! My chocobo! Archmage of the Runes. No block. Summon the Knights of the Round Table! You know what? Take one of my knights. Because victory isn't sure. What about the chocobo? And bam blam. Attack for game. We are indestructible. That was amazing. I can really try and work off of that whole bird deck as well too. Unfortunately, I didn't even get to use Yuna. I wanted to use Yuna. She at least would have been able to bring back my enchantment creatures. with a finality counter on them at the very least. I like this though. I like this. I don't know how effective it truly is though. Mostly because I don't have more than 2 of any card in this deck. But that was a very well done, at least, cover of at least how the summons can function. And then technically, you create chocobos. And you have recursion as well, so technically I have the potential to create 6 total chocobos in this deck rather than just 4. Which will help create the black chocobos. I wonder, is there any other thing that I can add to the deck that just kind of focuses around the chocobo? Saw's chocobo is a 1/1. Ooh, hang on a minute. If we get rid of crystal fragments, and technically Ambrosia Whiteheart's a chocobo too. If we get rid of you, and let's say take to make you. Damn it! How about you? Chocobo kick. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. If the spell is quick, the creature you control deals twice that much damage. Ooh! I do like that. A little extra way to deal damage. That I probably run 3 on. You would have to sacrifice the land for the turn, but at least you would be able to deal almost double the damage. If needed. And then the Traveling Chocobo. That would have been an amazing card to add. I can make a fat Chocobo, which can create more birds. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. Why not? Another summon. Another summon and another bird. Technically, it's a Saga bird, which functions with Yuno's ability. Summons for days, baby! Let's try again! This time we can go after someone, someone over here. Summons for days. I'd probably try and refine the deck a little more if I actually had the material, but... good shit. The Rob 13. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, come on! I just pulled a beautiful hand. Alright then, I guess. It works for me. And Demonic has another challenge she wants to do. Very well, we can keep practicing with summons for days. I'ma say... play first. Would be awesome. Would be fucking beautiful. If I had more lands. Again. Well, actually, I have enough lands now. I just don't have anything to use. One more time. If I have a choice at this point. Keep it. Get rid of you for right now. Actually, no. Hold on to you. 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 You can probably stay. You can go. I got the brick! Let's see if we can't make a brick into a freaking polished stone, though. Army. A ley line of transformation. Very well. Bada bing, bada boom. Now if I can just get that one color I need, I can technically cover myself. Hey, thanks! Bada bing! A mass orc. Fokart matar bull. Very good. That it? Next creature spell I summon. Let's go ahead and do... Only for this turn, so Garuda! Attack! March at the Black Gate. Whew. No blocking that. But he died! Fenrir! Get some more, let's say, green. With menace. Let me down. Ow. Well, I'm dead next turn, that's for sure. Might as well reach for the horizon. Capital city. And forest. Actually, no, not forest. Do... Wait. Hit me! What? I mean, alright. Bam-a-lam T-Rex? And game. Next round. I will play. Yeah, I'll keep it. Technically, have my bases covered in a sense, but we just use a little bit more power. Damn. Apple's, mulliganing quite a bit there. Windrust. Or Windurst. Let's throw out that plains for Garnet. No, that fell. Nah. Chocobos! Dunlan Crabane. Fenrir. Forest. Fair enough. Fine by me. Good. Fat Chocobo! The price has been paid. The mouth of Sauron. You made me discard both of my units. You made me discard both of my units. You are going to pay so fucking hard. Chocobo attack! Do it. You made me discard my waifu! My Final Fantasy waifu! Get that shit out of here! Chocobos! Time to kick some ass! Feel much better now. I'ma say... Ollie. Keep it. I can work with it. First off, Capital City. Forest. Pass. Good. Pop it right off the bat. Mountain. Pass. Gonna need 5. It'll just only be 3. Get that catapult going. Okay. Sacrifice that. If I could. Joshua, Phoenix Dominant. I'ma say, get rid of you. Up to 2, huh? Say you as well. Maybe not the best choice. Okay. Ah. All right. Not even an equipment though. But could at least slow things down for right now. I need at least one more. Works for me. It's discard a card. I can draw a card. How dare you? Let's discard this. That works for me! Sarah! No. Mountain Chocobo. Why did I do that? Well, I know for a fact I'm gonna have to do this at the very least. Oh, Tama! Suplex that thing! Federation Center. Raise some chocobos. What you thinking? Burn, my boy. Knights of the Round Table. The summons. The summons are gonna save me. Warriors defend the... Attack! Finish him! Holy shit! The Knights of the Round Table! It was down to the fucking wire, and I just summoned Exodia. Good game. Oh. That was insane. Let's try that again. was your remade orc deck? Fair enough. Ooh, Yuna. Oh, my love. I'm never milling you again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ranamaster. Forest. Raise chocobos. But the odds of me milling both units was insane. Hell yeah. You milled both, Yuna. I haven't been able to play her yet. I want to play her. Holy shit, what? Never mind. I was gonna make you spend mana to get that thing back in your hand. Ah, shit, we're dealing with a zombie deck. Also, can I draw anything that isn't... Can I get another land? Get rid of this. This is bricking at its finest. Yes, your sleeves were interesting there, Abel. The Jukai Visionary, Orkwood Spider. Of course you would only send the Thorn Lieutenant. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Something to get rid of. Return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. What the fuck is that? Demon of Catastrophes. Also, conceding. I'm not drawing any lands. Meh. Trying again. 24 lands in my 60 card deck. You'll have your rematch, Abel. After I fight this person. Little Kepu 33 Mini Mia. That's a lot of plains, not a lot of forest. Rotate. Look at that! Is that so hard to look at? That's so hard. I'll keep 6. I can send the knights back. Start with Ranabaster, because it comes out 10. Forest. And I'll actually use you for Spore Cycling this time around. Plains. Fenrir. Get me... Yeah, let's say more... I got green in my hand. Let's say red. On to Pope. Summoner's Grimoire. Why? Why? Alright. Come on in. Come on in, Avel. Let's just do this. Wait a minute. Pack. Inson's Limit Break. The Ahriman? Ahriman? Circle of Power. Hero of Light. Adeline the Resplendent Cathar. Hero of Light's power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Whenever you attack, for each opponent, create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control. And Excalibur II. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur II. Equipped creature gets 1/1 for each charge counter on Excalibur. Not bad. Alright. Nice, Prince! Oli, you subscribed! Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. How are you doing today? Give you a shout out there. Lord Demonic. Still practicing with summons for days. Just woke up, to be honest. How goes the magics? We're checking out the Final Fantasy cards that got introduced. So far, they've been very, very impressive. Although I have not been able to play the one card that I really want to play the most. God damn it. I'm gonna say it's an interesting risk, but I might not do it. Never mind, I should have fucking did it. Keeping it though. You can go on back there, my big guy. Rhinobuster. Is it Sarah? I do have Sarah in the deck. It's supposed to be Yuna. I technically already played Sarah. Multiple times, actually. You got the Jungle Delver? What deck is this supposed to be? Yeah, Yuna, the Hope of Spria, who's supposed to help keep my summoned creatures on the board, but I can't seem to get Yuna on the board. Everett, get out here. Go ahead and get rid of, I'm gonna say, Chocobo. Yeah, Chocobo, I suppose. Yeah, that worked. Colossal Majesty. I'll hold on to it. Hard to draw. Let's get rid of... Yeah, never mind. Hold on to what we got. Ambrosia Whiteheart. Give me back... nothing. Next. Attack. Enter. Alith Pack Hunter. Matter. Little extra red mana. Summoner's Grimoire. With a little bit of that. Attack. acceptable. However, spiders. Then the forest. Now for the fun part. Summon Titan. Attack! Oh, this is where shit hits the fan, because I think it's about time we do something real fucking fun. Summon Bahamut! And destroy that spider! Oops. Destroy! Little extra power. Attack! Now we get into the heavy shit. Darn it. Yuna? Sarah? I really don't want to, but I can't do anything else. Unless I end up drawing. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Not a good start, but if we can still keep moving. That'll do it. Sarah. Oh, let's do this. Yuna. No. Fenrir. A little more red. Block it. Windrush. Garnet. Come back, Fenrir! Destroy! Clive! Do it. Attack! Ifrit! Get rid of Whiteheart. Get rid of Capital City. Why not? Mountain! Clive! I'll see you soon. Ifrit! Fight that Baleth! Five free mana? Call of the Mountain Chocobo! Call of the Mountain Chocobo again! Death. That is what I wanted out of Yuna. That's some spicy good shit right there. Mm-hmm. Ooh, excuse me. Jesus. Now, bring this back. Very good. Very, very nice. Very, 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 very beautiful. That's some nice shit. Now, let's see here. Who can we also fight? I need one more turn. I had the cactus guy. Oh, the 9,999 damage cactus. Yeah, I can easily say when Yuna pops off, she fucking pops. Being able to bring back all my fucking summons from the graveyard, that was some good shit. You stick to Brawl, so this is interesting? Heck, yeah. I fucking love modern, historic. And speaking of which, Forest, a classic way to play. The Orator. We're dealing with the healing. We're gonna need to pop off quick. I got 3 mana on the board. Mountain, Fenrir, that'll be another 5. Fine. Thanks. tap you. Now do it. Get me some more red. Also. Damn it. Hang on a minute. Press the wrong one. Get rid of that. Should have grabbed some white, actually, now that I think about it. I needed the white so I can plague everyone else. I was too busy thinking about Clive's ability. You pacified me! Clive, get out of here. Do it. Bambalambasaur? You trying to attack me now? You don't have another pacify, do you? Even then, I wouldn't be able to attack or block, but I'd still be able to tap for my abilities. Old Maw champion. It's Dwarf Healing. Nice. Get that Bambalam. Even if I was able to draw Yuna, I would still need the white mana in order to bring back Fenrir for more white mana. Damn it. Play this all wrong. Well, never mind, Spiker! I'm sorry. Why is it that every person today that I've tried to challenge on a basic online match has just surrendered on me? It's not right. I want to pop off. Speaking of pop, I'm going to pop a pack real quick. Give me some more cards. Dolph's final act. When this creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on equal to its power on up to one target creature. And Ice Flan. When this creature enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. The Wind Crystal. White spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life. And creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. I like. Alright, Demonic. Let's go. Summons for days. Let's do this. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stick with that. That's some tasty looking third play you got there. Got the orc deck going on again. Mountain. And a Vishkar Speedway? The ley line of transformation? I don't... oh, you talking about the map that we're fighting on right now? From Aether Drift? Okay. Ow. Lanes. Ifrit. Welcome back, Captain. Discard to draw. I really don't want to discard anything in my hand. But if I had to. Cut down. Ooh. Go Boo Gardener. Mountain. Bambalam. Oh, damn it. Can't do Bambalam. I have to wait turn. How dare you? My turn. Buster. Summoner's Grimoire. Fascinating. While blocking that. Ow. However, Light of Judgment. Summon out Clive. Decline. I can still work with this hand. Call of the mountain chocobo. We're on a mountain. Do it. A 5/5 attack. British neck. Non-legendary creature. My summoner. Until end of turn. Oh, maybe not. Hey, what's up there, happy little worm? How you doing? Let me give you a small little shout out there. Bada bing. Resolve. Resolve. You gonna attack with my one? I'll let it go. Side quest. Raise chocobos. God damn it! I don't have enough mana. Attack. Except for you. You can attack. Blam sword. Wait, is this Final Fantasy cards? Hell yeah, they are, happy little worm. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. And I have enough to stick my Grimoire onto Bamalam. How's my Final Fantasy deck going? It's actually a lot of fun. It's just got enough range to where I can react to a situation, but it's limited to the number of cards that I could use. My Bamalam. The card art looks so good, I know. Blocking that. Time to summon Ifrit and kill Grishnak. He's popping off way too hard. Cut down. I'll show you what gets cut down. I'm about to exile that damn catapult. Sarah. Mountain Chocobo. Whoo. A discard. I'm not gonna take any action on them. Mostly because land for the Chocobo. Thunderaga! Way excess in terms of the power, but worth it. And go and stick that on Sarah. The round goes to me. But still 2 out of 3. Bring me back my waifu. I want my Yuna. That's not Yuna. But I can still work with it though. I'll keep it. My wife. Excuse me. Let's see here. We'll start off with Ranabasta, the royal city. Then we will go with a forest for Gubu Gardener. How dare you cut down my little boy? Mountain. Garnet. Askwood Nexus. Come on, Ifrit. Discard a card to draw. How about... How about an extra one of these? Worth it. Attack. Reduce the lore counter on my Ifrit. So that I may continue to potentially add and discard card. Pass out of blue. Decline. Reach the horizon. Let's get some necessary... Ooh. Some white and some red. Attack. Remove. Garnet's starting to finally pop off. Having a summon that she can help keep on the board. Another Book of Mazarbu. Fine by me. I'm declining. Summon Garuda and destroy that tap monster. Bye-bye. Ooh, he's got menace now. Ooh. Red and black specific. To destroy Garnet! Hit for it! Bring out my summoner. And suplex that army off the freaking board. Another one bites the butt. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another one bites the dust. I suppose I should switch around. I need this, apparently for... Actually, you know what? Red or green spells. There we go. Done.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10.
He exercised while I'm playing. And Demonic wants another rematch. But you know what? Because we're gonna try and focus on green and red. Well, we switch it up a little bit. I could keep summoning out all my summons. Or I could bring out the werewolves. Just for a turn, you know? Bring forth the pack. Would be good, but no. Also, what the heck? Shush. It. Reason you're here. Huh? Not what I wanted. Here. Alright. And yes, keeping you back. Sending you back. Done. Let's go. Army. Army deck once more. Bam, bammy. Little red for the naturalist. The wolf enters the field. Azarbul. Forest. Emerwolf. Trebuchet. No blocks. So does anyone have plans for tomorrow since it's Father's Day? Ooh. Yeah, no. Haven't been informed about any events from my side, but I did manage, because he's not here and I can actually tell you, I did actually manage to get because my dad got himself a new truck. It's very black and white themed, so he got himself a bobblehead stormtrooper to put in his windowsill, in his windshield. I got him a whole bunch of stormtrooper decals to stick on his car as well. So he's basically just gonna have a stormtrooper themed pickup truck. Very fun, very cool. Also, ill-tempered loader. That's a lot of trebuchet. Double arm. No attacks. Time for sleep, thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course there, Maple. I certainly hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Spirits bless, my friend. Ill-tempered loner. That's all you can really block, so. Go ahead and deal to, I suppose. You know what? Why not face? Up, Master of the Fells. Boom, 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 boom. But I get to throw at least another 2 damage at your face. I get to draw some cards. And then turn. Pass. Dear Slicer Goblin. My turn. Auric of the Crawling Horde. Nice little boost right here. And for the game. Delicious. I'll work with it. You still can't get past the tutorial for this game? Huh. What's wrong with the tutorial? Forest. Duskwatch Recruiter. How dare you? Bowmasters. Forest. Briar Reach Bandit. Trebuchet. Mountain. Ill-tempered loner. No attack. Not with that trebuchet there. You stole my loner. I'm at least block those bowmasters. Oh, that hurt. I have certain cards in my hand on the last mock battle and play them a certain way. Well, at that point, that's more of a how you're trying to play the cards. I'm gonna do this. But this here. Then I'm gonna get rid of that trebuchet. I can try and help you out with it there, Captain, if you really need it. After stream, I can try and meet up with you on the Discord. That's only just 1 damage, right? I'll just throw it right here. Yeah. No! Very well. Caretaker. Let's see you try and target this one with any spells. I got up on this game a long ago and also no PC at the moment. I mean, if that's the case, apologies to hear though. This game is a lot of fun. Can't transform back because of Immorwolf effect. End game. Alright then. If it comes down to it then Captain, if you end up wanting to try and try the game out again, and whenever you get your new computer, I'm more than willing to help get you past that tutorial. Because, let's be honest, having another person to play this game with would definitely be fun. And speaking of which, another card pack real quick. Gongaga, the Reactor Town. Town Greeter. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards and put a land card from among them into your hand. Then you can put a town card in your hand this way. Gain 2 life. Alright, that's cool. Sage Nulis. Whenever this creature attacks, untap target creature, and it becomes a cleric. Vicious Wanderings. Search your library for a basic land card or town card. Put it into the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When you search your library this way, put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control. And finally, Hope Estime. Hope Estime? Hope Estime? Something along those lines? At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gained. Gotta love life gain mill. We jump back to the actual focus. Summons for days. Let us begin. Because apparently I can't rely on random people online to actually fight me to the end. God damn it. Keep it. Green. Can you do something to my forest? Crash through. Flames! Go boo, gardener! He loves his dandelions. From how it sounds in the game, I'd say S-time? S-time. Fair enough. I will work with you, Iceberg. I will work off of your deduction. S-time. Next. Garnet! Princess of Alexandria. Oh no! Attack, Goobu! Inspiration from beyond. Burst lightning. Oh joy. Forest! Summon the fat chocobo! Wah! Create a 2-2 green bird token. Did that actually pick up on the microphone? I guess it did. You've watched a funny stand-up joke. If it ain't funny, you will suffer consequences. What you got there, Captain? Fat chocobo, come on out! 4 chocobos! Fucking sprite. Ooh! My boy Fenrir! Boost us even more with a little bit more land power. Hmm? Attack! What do you get when you mix electronic vehicles with cologne? A vape? Farming. I don't know. What do you get when you mix electronic vehicles with cologne? An electric vehicle. I'm guessing that was just you correcting your spelling. Also keeping this. You get musk. Alright. I'll give you that one. But only that one. Thrill of possibility. Radabuster. Go boo. Get it? Elon Musk? Yes, because it's a smell. Like cologne. I'm gonna... Well, I guess I already ruined the whole keeping it all green, but... You know what? That works still. Oh, Black Betty, bam balam, oh, Black Betty, bam balam, T-Rex R. Bam balam. He's gonna make you sore. I don't know. I just rhymed sore with sore. And does this count as Dino Week? I guess this counts as Dino Week, because I stuck a dinosaur in my deck. or Jurassic June, I should say. More green! How about Chocobos? And Titan. And then Titan also returns all the lands, and then XX, where X is the number of lands that I control. Okay. If you want to, Ice Prince, feel free to. I am more than willing to accept challenges. Oh, Black Betty, bam-a-lam. Whoa, Black Betty, bam-a-lam. Enjoy your bagel. Enjoy your bagel. Crazy. Creatures gain trample until end of turn. Ow, ow, what the fuck? Okay. Kalarian Terror. All the X. All the X. Light of Judgment. Get rid of... Oh, wait. You have Ward. You have Ward 2. Do it. Resolve. Autopay. And Thundra. Get rid of that one. You and you. Or game. Arm, arm, arm. Very well. A summon deck. Summons are strong with this one. Oh, also. Make sure that I actually have this. Completely forgot about it. Oh yeah, Ice Prince, go ahead and send me that challenge whenever you're ready. I need just a quick... Bam. Good. There you are. And... bada boom. That should do it. I'm dumb, don't worry. Oh, do I not have you as a friend yet there, Ice Prince? Oh, you need my name to challenge. Alright, sweet. Here we go. haven't played Magic with me before. Don't worry. I got it right here. 1, 6, 9, 8, 9. Bada bing. Feel free to grab that. Oh wait. Shoot. I forgot to add the. I forgot to add the numeric, the dash, the pound, whatever you want to call it nowadays. Hashtag. I forgot to add that in between, so you'll have to send that. You'll have to add that in there. Yeah. Also. Oh, Icy Knight. There you go. Also, I think I actually have something else. Profile. Already accepted. Emotes. Hey! Oh ho ho ho. Won't let it happen. Booyaka! Dun dun dun! Ow, take this. I'm ready. No choice. Ultimate spell! I can have up to 15? Fuck it. Have them all. Really should just have all these. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Done. A little bit more customized now. Alright. Icy Knight. Let's do this. Ah. The brilliant. Cha-cha-cha. You're making it really tough for me, game. You're making it hard for me to choose. I'm gonna risk it, though. A lot better. That's for sure. Sacrifice something, though. So... one of you. Hello. Wind Trust. Wind Trust. Let's go with Forest and Ambrosia. Virtue of Loyalty. Fine. Virtue of Loyalty. Ossification. Ah! Fair enough there, Evel. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, that's what you did with me. I'm gonna push you. Good games, though. Very good games. Plains Garnet. Congratulations, Captain, on your Zubat. Can't earn coins if I have no quests. Fair enough. And we've got Elanjo, the seat of Ianjo. Why must you continue to do this? How dare you? Gabu! Can't tap him yet because he's got summoning sickness. Smack for one. Oh, why you smite me? Alright. Reach the horizon. Stop it. Jesus. And no attack. Well, Madame Mama Cat, thank you very much for welcome in, and thank you very much. I'm gonna have to do a small gift sub give out now. Let me also just make sure to shout you out. What is your doggy and name? What is your doggy in the name? My dog is she is a blue pitty, little pitty, and her name is Tara. Also, no blocks. Also, you got rid of Yuna. I just noticed. Did you do that again? No, you did not do that again. You just got rid of her. You exiled her. You. All right, fine. Let's do it like this then. Summer's Grimoire. I've been lurking. Was just eating dinner. Oh, fair enough there, madame. Welcome in, regardless. The dream had to end. I'm sorry. Well. Allow me to at least do this, then. A little less bull crap to deal with. Mm-hmm. Blue pitties? I love blue pitties? Hell yeah. Also, I'm gonna need to bring out the drum. Wedding announcement? Let's see how well this goes, eh? I know exactly what I'm gonna be doing to. Ossification again! Why you do this? Why you be mean? Oh, well, that died. So much for that idea. And no blocks. Okay, let's do this now. First off, Garuda. Next, attacking. Bahamut! I'll be taking that back now, thank you. And I'll just go and stick this on Garnet. Honeycorn? It's no use. The deck popped off too quickly. And death is mine. Here's a question for me. Have I ever thought of a pet cam for stream? I myself have not. Oh. Mostly because the pet in question is so rambunctious and so haphazard that she can't stay in one spot, so. But real quick, let me go ahead and redeem those, quick. Let me redeem those quick, gift subs real quick. If we want to load... Come on now. God damn. Alright. Do it like this then. Be that way. Let's see here now. And thank you very much for doing the gift 5 subs right now, because technically they are 35% off. So oh wait, hang on a minute. I need my proper attire. There we go. So, bada bing, bada boom. May the wolf spirit bless those who are about to be granted their blessing. May they run with the wolf and join the pack in greater strength forevermore. Bada bing. For those of you who got a gift sub, enjoy. Also, real quick, give me 1 second. Alrighty, I think I may have time for at least one more little duel. Nice gecko. Wait, what? Did someone redeem the gecko too? No, if someone redeemed the gecko, I would have transformed already. And also, thank you very much for the care package there, Avel. Ah, much appreciated. Want to go again? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. I send the challenge to you. Oh, my pet gecko. I mean, true, but in order for me to actually show my gecko, I would have to somehow connect a camera to her tank and have it transmit all the way to my computer. Problem is, she's all the way in my room, and I'm all the way outside of my room. So I might have a little bit of issues there. And of course they're Infinity. Who did we actually give? Who did I actually give some subs to? Infinity, Hoseki, Mecha, Madame, and Avel, actually. Let's go. Let's see. Could be good, could be bad. No early gameplays. That's better. Although, again, I kind of need the green. Well, I'll see how it goes. I'm not going first. Gumdrop Poisoner. Ranabaster. For the pet section on my Discord? Yeah! I do have a pet gecko, and she is adorable. Capital City. Mountain and Gobu. Or Goobu. Wait a minute. What was you? You're the one who decided to go crazy, Pooch. Okay. Let's do a Plains. And let's do the Summoner's Grimoire. You definitely know that they got this off of Final Fantasy XIV. Carbuncle and everything. Go for the throat! Gumdrop Poisoner again. Why? Shoot! I've been locked out. Shield Dread. No blocks. Mountain. I'll be doing that. And with my remaining magic, Garuda. Let's get out Titan. Ow. I mean, yeah. I just summoned Titan, one of the biggest summons that you can have in the game. How dare you? Garuda, no! Don't leave! Zara, come out here. The bigger the summon, the bigger the throat. I mean, you're not wrong. Ow. Put that on me. Oh. You little cheat. Oh well. It's like nothing ever happened. I didn't have any green to work with. Damn it. Oh well. You'll win some, you'll lose some. I'm willing to accept that. And that actually sets us up perfectly. So, we will go ahead and call it here for the day. Ha ha ha! Now, let's go ahead and see who we go and raid, shall we? Let's see here. I do know who I already want to raid right now. And, ooh, actually, hang on a minute. Oh, they just went offline. Damn it. Let me see here. I'm basically gonna have to flip a coin for this one. Go for. Either we go you for heads, or we go for you for tails. Let's see how it goes. Becca's playing Helldivers too? Yeah, I mean, we can certainly try that. Heads or tails? Boom or boom. Bam. And that would be tails. So, we will actually be going for my friend and a individual by the name of Eldrasil, who is playing some Code Vein right now. Let's go ahead and start up that raid, shall we? Feel free to copy and paste either one of these raid messages. And on that note, I will simply go ahead and say, thank you all so much for joining in today. If you did enjoy what you saw, do consider leaving a follow, as it does help out the channel. And also, if you're watching from the YouTube archive, do consider subscribing as well, as subscribing to this channel and to the YouTube channel helps out a ton. You'll be able to get a whole bunch of benefits where you can just watch for ad-free. You'll be able to rack up channel points faster and enjoy all the emotes that I've got for you guys. I've actually got a few surprises for you guys in terms of emotes waiting on the wing. Haven't yet been able to incorporate them just yet, though, so keep an eye out. But yeah, if you did enjoy, do consider doing all that. And also, if you want to stay on top of when I go live, if I have to cancel a stream for any reason, or if there's a special event going on, do consider checking out the socials on my card. That way you'll be informed of when all that occurs. So yes, thank you all so much for joining me today. And, as always, I'll see you next time. Spirits bless, and bye-bye.